Yo, yo, yo. Welcome to Audio Addiction. It is your boy Brandon. Thanks for hanging. Thanks for chilling. I think today, if chat decided on this past Wednesday, excuse me, to do an album stream. So we are doing that today for a couple hours. Unless chat wants to do something different, then we'll find out. But it's a little bit of a I don't think I even posted in the chat on the Discord of when I was going live, but I feel like noon's normally the normal time I go live. So very cool. If you're new here, thank you. I do K-pop. I love a bunch of different genres, but I know K-pop has been one I've been covering for a couple years now. So very stoked. But yeah, that's about it. I don't even know. Do we have? No one's here. So, all right. I'm just talking to the wind. We love it. But yeah, if you're new, join the Discord. That's normally where I post where I'm gonna be streaming and what times. But normally, I'm here Monday, Wednesday, 8 p.m. Eastern time. So come through if you have not. So, very nice. Yeah. So, Sally, hello. Thanks for hanging. So, very cool. I'm getting back out of this. I know we had a ton of albums that have been suggested over this time, so very excited to get into some of them. Um, I love my Discord isn't giving me. Okay, here, cool. We're loading them in. Very nice. All right, Jazz, hello. Thanks for hanging. Yeah, very cool. Very cool. Yeah, I think chat decided on doing an album stream today, so we will be doing that. So if you've got some albums you would like me to check out in a full capacity, let me know. We'll check them out. I've done. It looks like I've done a good majority of them on our Discord, so that's good. I love to see that. So, Jazz or Sally, if you've got any, or Diz, feel free to recommend them because there's some. If I'm scrolling really back, I know there's some that I have definitely not done. So, okay, Key Hunter album time. Okay, very nice. We could do that. I will put Key on here. We will start with Key. Sally says I put GWSN Media album in the playlist a while ago. I don't think you've listened to them. I have not, so I will also put them on the list. So, very nice. All right, well, we'll start off with Key first because I know that Diz has been petitioning for me to check this out for a hot minute. So, I am pretty sure it's this album. Yep, Hunter. So, very cool. Very cool. I am excited about this. I haven't heard this one, which I'm probably the most stoked for because I love Sogi. So, this is going to be interesting. I'm stoked. So, all right. Very cool. We've got more after that. I think I'll probably be streaming till about 4 p.m. ish. So, we will try to get as many as we can in. But let's start off with Keys. Hunter. Very nice. You just heard Hunter and Strange, right? That is correct. Yep. So very nice. Hello, Andy. Thank you for hanging. So, all right, let's get into Hunter first. I remember liking this. This was good. This is so good. Oh, wow. Cool bridge. All right, very cool. This was Keys Hunter from the album of the same name. Very nice. I do remember listening to this. I know Diz is a massive Shiny fan slash Key fan, so they had enlisted me to listen to it and watch the MV. MV was great. I loved it. Shout outs to the MV, but this is great. I'll be honest, I have not listened to Hunter since that point. But I will say that this song is extremely infectious. I just think that his melodies choices are so good. And I think a lot of the synth choices in this song were really good. It kind of has more of a, I don't know, I guess a more electronic pop sort of sound to it, but I love a lot of the chord phrasings and the way that he chooses specific melodies. I think it was just really impressive in this one. Because I know a lot of Key songs from at least the B-sides that I've listened to from him have been very eclectic. So I'm very curious on how the rest of this album will sound. But I will say I definitely enjoyed this one a lot. I think this is, again, if this came on in the club, if I was to go to said club, I would be busting out a move to this song because it's awesome. It's so good. I do feel like it's interesting I know we talk a lot about how length, at least in songs, kind of play a role, and how they're kind of shifting away from having bridges. I felt like this song still kind of hit all of those verse, pre-chorus, chorus, verse, pre-chorus, chorus, bridge, and then final chorus. So I do feel like he definitely hit all of those notches of what a typical, I guess, pop song or typical song structure would hit. So I definitely like that. It still makes me sad that it is under 3 minutes long, but I still feel like he was very cohesive in the way that the song was structured out. But yeah, I really enjoy this one a lot. Still, I would probably hedge to bet that this would still be one of my favorites by the time this album's over with. But I definitely like that a lot. So I think I said hello to Andy, but I'll do it again. Hello, Andy. Hello, Cal. Thank you for hanging. Diz says, yeah, it doesn't feel too short. I think you definitely nailed it on the head, Diz. It doesn't feel short, but it does hit all the atypical boxes, which is cool. I'm glad about that. I mean, I hope that doesn't minimize the song. You know what I mean? I feel like sometimes, and this is maybe just an opinion, I guess, per se, but I don't know if companies are really pushing for them to really cram everything together to have the song fit under 3 minutes. You know what I mean? So I hope that they're not compromising their artistic integrity for a song so that it can fit under 3 minutes, So cool. Still love this song. I probably will still love the song if I listen to this a couple years later. It's still just a banger song, so not really surprised. But great track, great started off. The next one we are moving into is Trap. So we'll be getting into that. Let's see what's up. Interesting. Okay. Ooh. Wow. Cool synth choice. I like that. Very sick. Wow. They really add a lot of reverb to that back line. Wow. Cool ad-libs. All right. This was Key's Trap. Very interesting. Very interesting. This says he said in a fan sign that Trap is about anxiety in the loops your brain gets stuck in. So the repetitive again and again is a very deliberate choice. I actually like that a lot. Cool. I'm glad he clarified that, which I don't think I was going to knock him points for that, certainly, but I mean, not music is subjective, so this is not on a rating scale, but in terms of preference, I thought this was very interesting. I also love how this is stylized, and I think again, maybe there isn't a lot of intentionality to the choices of the song, but I love how like the reverb, especially in like the second parts of his voice, really kind of extenuate the like trapped feeling of the song. Like it's got a very atmospheric sort of like emptiness to the song, and I don't mean that in a derogatory way. I think there's like an intentionality behind like not having a lot going on. You've got like that consistent element of like the drumming and like these that really kind of like deliberately like washy sort of synth tone. And I think that's important because like the song definitely feels very, it has like a lot of liquidous qualities to it, I guess, per se. And so I'm always very curious because I think to me it's like I've really enjoyed that kind of that vibe as much, just because again the vocals just sound really cool, especially the fact that I think they're pushed back in the mix a lot more. I think that again kind of gave me the I guess like sort of ideology of like being trapped in a well almost, weirdly enough. And so I feel like he encapsulated that sort of thought idea, and like obviously mixing with the facts about like anxiety and stuff that 100% makes sense in terms of like I think structurally as well as musically, it's very interesting. So I really like this one a lot. And now that I feel like I understand what the meaning behind some of like the musical choices were, I do feel like this one um definitely has a lot more meaning behind it, a lot more like I feel like a lot more personality to it than I probably would have given it on a any other circumstance. But great song. I've really enjoyed it. I feel like it does definitely put you in a certain headspace, certainly. So makes sense. Jazz says I've got horrible connection today, so probably won't be commenting much. But we do Hoppipola's cherry mixtape? That would be sick. Yes, I'll put them on the list here. Let's see, cherry. All right, very cool. Omega, thanks for hanging. Welcome in. Thanks for joining. We are listening to Key. So, all right. The next one is Strange. So let's rock. I have listened to this one too. This one's cool. Yeah, we all got something to hide. Skeleton very deep in your mind. But every bone's gonna hurt when you lie. And lie in the dirt when you die. They might be losing. What makes them human? Yeah, they might be losing. What makes them human? Strange. Ooh. This sounds way better on streaming. Fake. Wow. I don't know, it just feels like it has more depth to it today. I probably did listen to it on Spotify, though. My ears are working a little better today. Strange. Fake. Like that build up. That's cool. Strange. Fake. Woo. Very nice. All right, this was Keys Strange from his album Hunter. Very nice, very nice. Diz getting on my case. LVO, what do you mean? How did you listen to it last time? I genuinely feel like there was more things that I picked out this time around. So I feel like sometimes, I don't know, maybe other people can relate, but I do feel like there's some times where I'll listen to a song and I'll be like, ooh, there's some things I pick out from this time around. And then like I'll go listen to it again like later on. I'll be like, oh wow, I didn't even know that was in the song. So I definitely enjoy it. Omega Key, do you feel like the depth of the drum is a little weak? I feel that sometimes with music, I don't know, sometimes I just go through like things that I like my brain naturally gravitates towards in songs, and then there's other times where I'll listen to it and there'll be some other things that I'm like, ooh, wow, this I didn't even know that was in there, or like there's this cool melody run here that I really appreciate. Um, so I do feel like I try to really intensely listen to these when I do the album stuff. Obviously, I love doing the MVs certainly, but I do feel like, especially now with MVs, they can be a little bit intense. And I mean, obviously for good reason, but I appreciate it. I don't feel like the drums lack the depth. I do really like the drum depth in here, but like I do feel that sometimes with MVs I'm like, oh, like there's definitely some moments of songs that I've listened to on stream when I've watched the MV. I'm like, ooh, this is really cool, but like it doesn't have that same sort of hit. And then there's sometimes I'll listen to it off stream in my own free time, or doing these where I'm listening to the albums in full, and I'm like, wow, there's just a lot more depth here with the song. So I just think sometimes YouTube is very strange on how they do things with videos, but that's that's my personal preference, or personal commentary on that. But getting back to Strange, because I wildly got a little off topic. I thought this was great. There's definitely a lot of I agree with Omega. There was a lot of cool depth to the drums. I definitely liked a lot of the tom choices for this. I thought it was really sick, especially in the chorus. I think that's where a good amount of that depth kind of hits in the song. I also didn't know that there was a. I also didn't know that there was a like an interesting like melody choice in that bridge section. I thought that was really rad. I really like that. The synth choices again were exceptional. I feel like he always chooses very interesting like synth choices, and I really love that. And that kind of has like this sort of again glitchy sort of like a little video game-ish sort of stylization. So I love it. As well as that, his like high register is so incredible in this song. He definitely pushes his vocals in the song, and I love that. And you could hear there's a lot more like depth. There's even some like vocal grit, and I think I mentioned that last time when I checked out Strange. But I love that. I think he's got such a good like stylization to his voice, so I appreciate that time. But yeah, this was really sick. And again, listening to it again with like maybe a little bit more depth in my ears, it was good. So this was rad. This is rad. I definitely enjoyed listening to it. I feel like I enjoyed it more probably this time around than the previous one, and that's not to say I didn't like it beforehand, but it's fine. Omega, sorry, first time here, already asking the tough questions. Hey, that's all right. Listen, I appreciate it. You can grill me. Chat grills me all the time, so I'm here for it. Sarah, hello. Thank you for coming through. Appreciate it. And yeah, we stand ear to I'm not gonna get into it. My girlfriend got on my case about something the other day. I love her, but it was very funny. It felt I said something very out of very not out of pocket in a bad way, but just definitely something very interesting, and she was like very very weird. So, Omega says I will sit back and enjoy the show. And Sarah says Brandon misrepresents us. We don't grill him. We bully him with love. Okay, that's also accurate. So I was just being a little bit more jovial about it. But anyway, let's keep it moving with Want Another. Check it out. Running so fast, no one before me. You can go back to life before me. 본 적 없는 something mad. 내게는 못 되게 돼. 점점 역치가 올라. 그래 야기는 몰라. 위험한 거라게 해. Boom boom 들이박아 경계. 숨겨도 날 Wow.
멈출 수 없잖아. 넘치는 adrenaline. 빠지도 놈이 나야. 하나씩 알려줄게. 과거의 내게 말해. 덤덤덤덤덤.
That's sick. Ooh. Love the voice filtering. Cool. Whoa. What? All right. Wow, holy shit. That was Want Another. Wow, that was Oh my god. I I don't know what to say about this one. Genuinely. Just as you would probably expect, this one is very polarizing. Is a very polarizing one, LMAO. That can totally get that. Wow. Omega says too short, give us 2 more minutes. Sarah says I like it, I think. I thought it was very interesting. I think that's like probably the again the overall thought process in my head first listen. I thought it was very interesting. I liked it in that aspect. Very like grungy, like EDM electronic influence, which I appreciate. Definitely is a genre I'm probably not well equipped to talk about, certainly. But I really thought it was interesting from like a production standpoint. Really unique. I liked a lot of the usage of like, I don't know if he's using either like a modal like minor chord phrasing or potentially like kind of maybe a Phrygian scale. I thought that was really cool. It's kind of got like this almost like Egyptian-esque sort of feel to it. So I liked it. The like the way that the song kind of switches up, I also think is very unique as well. It always keeps your interest. So I appreciate that. There's a lot of cool things that I think he has done with his voice thus far on this release, but I would say more specifically this song, where like the voice filterization is really cool. Like you hear his voice pitched all the way down, and then you have like some like really clean kind of like glassy kind of like high register, like maybe treble tones of his voice that kind of add this like sort of like vocal mystique that I like. But yeah, overall I thought this was a very interesting song. I think this one will grow on me potentially, just because I feel like it's just so intense, and this is the first time that I've listened to it. So I'd imagine potentially as the song goes on and as I continue to listen to this release, I'm sure maybe it'll kind of, come back and I'll be like, oh wow, maybe I do like this one more than I let on. But I felt like it was very solid. Definitely I can understand it being a very polarizing song 100%, because it definitely is that for sure from start to finish. So very interesting. Diz says it gets better on every listen. You get used to the structure. That's fair. Omega says that song had a little bit of everything in it, and well put together. I will say it's extremely well put together considering how intense the song is. So I do I do have to give him a lot of credit for that because that's difficult. So very interesting, very interesting. I will come back to that song. I will 100%. That was just a very intense song. So all right, well, we're gonna keep it moving. The next one is No Way. So let's keep it vibing. Wow, so different.
Lately I've been going psycho. Yeah, be like that. Hear the voices echo. 조용히들 해. 내 안에 내가 너무 많고. Like a thorny tree. There's part of me 한마디씩. This inner me is killing me. I get so lost in my mind. 내게 이해를 받고 싶지만. Got all these monsters in my mind. 넣고 싶지 날. No way, won't let them win my day. No matter what they gon' say, yeah, I'm gonna be okay. Yeah, no way.
Wow, great melody.
So sick of playing these games. Yeah, I'm gonna be okay. 다들 몰라 알지? 우리끼리니까 말이지. I'm just tryna be low key. 너 맞추려고 날라주지. 대화가 잘 안 돼. 이리 쉽게 얘기하는데. Do you speak language? 말만 해도 Korean이래. 알아, no one gets my mind. 내 안에 더 숨고 싶지만 어지러운 말은 bye bye. 늘 길을 찾지 난. No way, won't let them win my day. No matter what they gon' say, yeah, I'm gonna be okay. No way, 나도 쉽게 떠들어 왜? So sick of playing these games. Yeah, I'm gonna be okay. No way, 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 내 안에 그림자가 겹쳐 나의 눈을 가려도 I don't care, believe in myself now. 길이 없단 건 no way. No way, won't let that happen again. No matter what they gon' say, yeah, I'm gonna be okay. No way, 나도 쉽게 떠들라 해. So sick of playing these games. Yeah, I'm gonna be okay. No way, 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 no.
All right, very cool. This was Keys No Way from his album Hunter. Very nice, very nice. All right. This says, and now for a vibe shift. That for facts, very factual. I was like, wow, this sounds so chill, crazy. Omega says, type beat. Wish the lyrics were a little bit less generic, but it's a vibe. And this says the lyrics are about shutting your brain gremlins that keep telling you you're not good enough. I feel like, again, I'll have to read the lyrics because oftentimes I don't do that here because I don't have access to them for this, so I'll have to check them out. But I thought this was very good. I do want to say what a jump from song to song. I feel like I would love to know why. I would love to know in terms of how he put this album together, like track listing wise, and why he had to choose probably one of the more chaotic songs. Again, just from top 5 songs that we've listened to so far, chaotic songs. One of the more chaotic songs next to like a very chill song. Very interesting. Maybe it's the calm after the storm. Who knows? But very interesting structure from that aspect. But if I was to remove myself from thinking of Want Another to this one, I really like this. It's definitely up my alley in terms of songs that I enjoy. I love kind of like the more chill, vibier songs. And I feel like this one definitely speaks to me a little bit more. I will say that the chorus is extremely infectious. I love the chorus. I think his hook choices on this song specifically were chef's kiss. I love them. I'd also really appreciate a lot of like the more like low key like piano slash synth choices of this song. It's really got a nice like warmth to it. I also love a lot of like that great reverb on the song. I really think it adds a little bit more depth to the song. So I appreciate that tonality of it. And there was a lot of little bits of ad lib, especially towards the end in that like final chorus bit. I thought there was like a really good amount of ad libbing, and I was kind of surprised it was sat back a little bit more in the mix. But I really did enjoy it. I kind of wish that if they were to structure the song maybe differently, I would have loved to have like more of that pushed up in the background, because that would have been incredible. But definitely a song that I feel like would fit very well on like a night drive, like cool, nice, maybe autumn or like early spring night. I feel like the song would just be so good. So I love that. But yeah, great track. Definitely, again, probably more my speed, certainly. But enjoyed this one a lot. Great stuff. So, No Santa, hello. Thank you. We are doing albums. So if you've got an album for me to check out, let me know. I think there's 2 others right now. So if you've got another one, let me know. Omega says, that is a good perspective. Thank you. Appreciate it. So, all right. We're going to keep it moving. The next one on this album is Infatuation, and this features Unho. So let's check it out. Oh, from Plave. Nice. Very cool. Thank you, Diz.
My infatuation 설명할 수 없는 지난 여름처럼 한순간 스쳐가 A new state of mind
great harmonies.
변하지 않을 거란 그 거짓말 내게 말해 사진 한 장조차 없어 All I know 그래 내가 기판 저보다곤 고작 너란 기억뿐 Palm tree 안에 breeze 잠시 꼭 잡은 손 완벽했던 너
Nice.
Last days of a beautiful summer You, me, 반짝여져 You're my infatuation I'm on you babe Don't you know 시간 흘러도 넌 친해질 뿐이야 나를 가져버리고 Like a summer kiss I'm on you babe You know what it is I'm on you babe Please don't go 혼자 뒤늦게서 보고 지금 rhapsody me and you baby you know 그때 그 공기 숨 막힌 듯한 새끼손가락만 잡고 있던 난 웃었지 Zoom hot 될 만큼 선명했던 순간 그 환상 그래 꿈이란 말 해봐 Two shots 주인공 오늘 자네 맞추 한밤들과 시간 지워놔 Paradise fever dream 경계 위에 magic Boutique style one of a kind 우린 그랬지 너도 그렇게 내 안에 완성됐지 취해버린 열병 짧고 뜨거운 tragic You're my infatuation I'm on you babe Don't you know 시간 흘러도 넌 친해질 뿐이야 나를 가져버리고 Like a summer kiss I'm on you babe You know what it is I'm on you babe Please don't go 혼자 뒤늦게서 보고 지금 rhapsody me and you baby you know
He's really getting up there. Holy shit. Wow.
난 노력하지만 아프지 않게 기다림이란 게 너무 뻔한 클리셰 I'm on you now 이 시간 내 거니까 내게 다 좋게 가지 마 My infatuation 설명할 수 없는 지난 여름처럼 한순간 스쳐간 My infatuation infatuation 혼자 뒤늦게서 보고 지금 벌써 beat me and you baby you know.
All right. Wow. That was track 6, Infatuation, featuring Unho from Pleaf. Very nice. Very nice. No, Santa says, I still got my too many albums on the list if you want to grab one. Yeah, if you have one that you prefer, just let me know. I got to add it to my list of names here. So let me know, No Santa. But I enjoyed this a lot. This was probably, I would say this is probably going to be up there amongst my favorites for sure. I would say that there is a heavy hand in like a nostalgia, like 90s boy band sort of feel to this song. And even like a little bit of like maybe 90s R&B too, which is cool. But holy shit, I mean, he was popping off in this song. Like there is a lot of, not only I think like a lot of his ad-lib runs in this song were fantastic, but there was like a lot of good like vocal like harmonization, like overdubs in the song. Like there's a lot of like good like choir, like choral aspects to his voice. Like giving a little bit more of that ensemble vocal. So I appreciate that a ton. I think that's incredibly well done, and he certainly knows where to place those melodies in these songs. So I love that. Uno was incredible. I know we've covered a good, not a lot, but we've covered a little bit about Plave, so I do have a familiarity with them, but I felt like he definitely brought a lot of great energy to the song. I'd assume he was doing more of the rapping parts in this track. But I loved his energy, and I liked that it's kind of split up. There was definitely some more moments. There was more moments for him to kind of do like the rapping sections. Again, there was like a moment earlier on in the song, and then he kind of comes in a little bit later on as well. So I appreciate that it's not just like one section of the song that Key kind of gave him. I love that there is multiple aspects to it. It gives a little bit more dimension, and I like that. But man, this was like, I would say that's probably got to be up there in terms of the most amount of ad-libs that I've heard from Key songs. To be fair, I don't genuinely go out of my way to listen to Key's music, and I hope that's no offense to people that love Key. I think he's an incredible vocalist, but I feel like in these moments when I'm checking out albums and stuff from them and checking out shiny stuff, I'm like, damn, this is so good. So maybe I'm sleeping under a rock, you know. I'll fully admit that. So, but yeah, great song. I would definitely put Infatuation probably up there in terms of my favorites. So, Diz says, I love when Key Bum flexes his vocal range. I agree. Sarah says, I'd like to add AHOF album to the list if there is room, either Who Are We or We Haven't Done Yet, or if we haven't done yet, The Passage. Okay, we can do The Passage. I'll put them on the list. I don't know. I'm just going to put No Santa's name here, so when we get to theirs, I will call them out. But, and then we'll do AHOF. That should be good, I think. All right. Very cool. Very cool. And this says, how dare you? Listen, you can't front me for being honest, all right? That's all I'm saying. At least I'm being honest about it. I could have lied to you and said I have listened to every Key album from now until since he debuted as a soloist. So anyway, we're gonna keep it moving. The next one is Glam. So I can imagine this one is. I already have feelings based off the name, so I feel like this one's either gonna be really intense or I'm gonna be shocked by it, which both could happen. So. Let's check it out. Okay. I was right. Wow.
So down with it, so fine with it. 난 open mind, so positive. 느껴짐이 don't ever stop. 나를 던지고 만끽할 테야. 모순적인 것도 괜찮아. 순간을 느껴야.
I like this pre-chorus. Ooh, okay. All right, all right.
Yeah, that glam. Can you feel the tension?
This beginning part of the song is fucking gnarly. Holy shit. Halftime, cool.
I'm gonna be the party, be iconic. Just give me the glamorous, be the party. 빛의 비를 맞네, it's on automatic. 흠뻑 마시는 glamorous, give me the glamorous. 빛은 내 안에 겁나지 않아. Levitating so high, so
Wow.
yeah. I gotta set the tone. 네 맘이 끌려온 이미 난 내가 만들 unknown charming 그 특별 zone. I'm gonna be the party, be iconic. Just give me the glamorous, be the party. 빛의 비를 맞네, it's on automatic. 흠뻑 마시는 glamorous, give me the glamorous. Be the party, 빛의 비를 맞네, it's on automatic. 흠뻑 마시는 glamorous, be the glamorous. Just give me the glamorous, give me the glamorous.
All right. Very cool. This was Glam by Key. Very cool. Very cool. This says in all caps, I'm gonna be the party. And also said need a queen to do a performance of this or on a drag. That would be sick. Not you. And it was at like 250. Otherwise, it's gonna skip to the next song. It's okay. We got it. I knew what ended. I know how it ended, Diz. It's okay. If you want, I'll hit play and then we'll roll into picture frame for the next one. So I don't miss out on my 3-second commentary at the end of the song. And Sarah says this one is so killer. I agree. I will say at first I was like, ooh, I don't know if this one's my vibe. You know what I mean? Like I'll be well and admitted of it if I would tap out and this one wasn't gonna be my favorite song. But I will say that this song hits a fucking 180 and I love that. Not in a bad way. It still keeps a lot of that same energy, but I think the way that they kind of stylized it post the verses, I think was really cool. I just think that initial, like, I kind of can tell based off of potentially the naming of the song where I'm like, ooh, these songs are going to be either like really more intense or like, I feel like he has a very descript way of how these songs have to be named. So it makes sense. It makes sense. It was an all cap. So I was like, this is going to be a hot and heavy song, but I really liked it. I think that first verse that wind up also being the second verse of the song, I will say grew on me a ton. I will say at first I was like, ooh, I don't know if like that's just like too much electronic stuff for me personally, but I really feel like that transition from like that really aggressive synth laden verses, I feel like that transition into the pre-chorus is really gorgeous, and then the way that they can even transfer more of that energy into the choruses of the song was also incredible. But I also really love that the chorus kind of meets the song in the middle a little bit, in the sense of like, I love that the chorus has a little bit of that like kind of, again, grittier texture of the verses, but also kind of retains a lot of the great melodies of the pre-chorus. So I think that that's really cool. I think they did a great job of that. The chorus of this song is really memorable. It hits really hard. And I think his voice just sounds great. I also really enjoyed kind of like the more bridge section of the song as well. I feel like that also opened the song up just a smidge more. I think similarly, structurally, it's kind of in my mind similarly to Hunter, which is great. I think the 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 song doesn't feel long. I mean, the song is a shorter song, but I feel like because of the way that the song is structured, it does play maybe a little bit of tricks on your brain to feel like the song is a little bit longer. But yeah, I enjoyed this one a lot. I think, like, to me, if there was any song that I feel like Key would do live, I feel like this one should be one of those ones. Just because I feel like it has that sort of live energy to it inherently. So, I'd imagine that he hasn't, but I would like to see it eventually. That would be really cool. So, Tiz says, the song just gives me some weird boost of confidence sometimes when I need it. LMAO. Hey, listen, you do it. You do it, Queen. So I love it. This is very cool. I enjoyed this one. So, Diz says he did do it live, but as an encore song, I need the full choreo, please. Hey, fair. You listen. I'll be the voice of the people here. So, all right. We're gonna keep it moving. The next one on this album is Picture Frame. So, very nice. And it was Cardi. Okay, perfect. I can erase your name in my proverbial Discord note. So, all right, let's check out Picture Frame.
잠시 발걸음을 멈춰 우리 삼키게 놓아도 쏟아되어가는 언어 좀 더 가까이 날 끌어당겨 거침없이 헤집고 들쳐나 정제됐던 네 안에 hidden side 짙은 어둠 안에 너의 일과 꿈사이 조명한 거기 쯤 다가갈수록 그 진실이 보여 마치 함정인 속에 Stay forever in this moment 나를 삼킨 picture frame I'm stuck
Ooh. Cool. Love that vocal effect. Ooh, nice. Love the trap beat. Cool. Ooh, wow. Here, I won't end it early for Diz. So beautiful. There we go. All right. This was Key's Picture Frame. Wow. What a song. I like this one a lot. I think this one was very interesting in the only way I feel like he has been able to like do the music. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's so interesting, especially the chorus. I think the chorus was like the thing that just drew me in. I love that kind of like stuttered vocal effect. I'm pretty sure I know what plugin they used for that, which is sick. Because I see it almost all the time. It's like some sort of like it's like some sort of like it's again, it's filtered out, but it's very cool. I'll have to find the plugin of what it is if y'all want to know what it is. But basically it's kind of to like mimic like if you like stuck your face close to a fan and you obviously like talk through the fan and it has like a weird stuttering effect. That's what the app looks like, but that's what they're doing here, which I think is really interesting. I think as well as that this kind of combines things that I like about Key, not only I think from his vocal standpoint, but also I think production wise. I love that this has kind of a combination of a lot of his like electronic, the things that I appreciate about like his musicality in that aspect. But then as well as that, I love that this kind of incorporates like some like more like room drums as well as like some little bits of guitar. Like I think it adds this sort of naturalness to his music that I don't feel like I have really delved into as much, and I don't know if he really kind of delves into that space musically, but I love that this kind of again has this sort of like realistic slash like electronic focus on it, and I think it just works out really well. As well as that, I think a lot of the melodies in the song were really incredible. Again, the chorus, I know I keep coming back to it, but that chorus is going to be stuck in my head immensely. And I love that. I think that that's great. But there's something about this song that just I think is very encapsulating. You know, I think it's the songwriting. Like there's like that really interesting section with like the trap drums that I thought was cool. Like there's just a lot of things that kind of I think pique your interest in terms of like the musicality of the song. And at every turn I was like, ooh, I like this part, and then I'm like, ooh, I kind of like the shift here that he does. Like I think it's very interesting. I think it's very methodical in the approach, and so I love when there is an intentionality to the way that you want to write a song or how you want to present it, and I feel like this is a very good indicator of that sort of stylization. So I would probably put this amongst my favorites as well for today. Great song. So Andy says, love this one. This said, laughing my fucking ass off. Thank you from anytime, Diz. And I love picture frame. It makes me levitate. Hey, yeah, for real. I love that. That's a good analogy. So very nice. Very nice. All right. Well, we're going to move on to track number 9, which is Perfect Error. And this is Key, obviously, and it features Sogi from Red Velvet, which I'm stoked. Let's give it a listen.
Celebrate. Don't wait oh, take it easy. 실수조차 완벽한 작품이 되어 sold out. 목적 없이 걷고 있지만 익숙한 하루 뒤바꿀 scene 남의 힘 torpedoes no truth. 심하게 던진 말에도 우연히 의미 만나 계획 없이 완성되어가. If you feel the vibe.
Wow.
색다른 기회가 올 때 까다로운 기준과 선택해 dive 맑은 날씨 같아 기분에 달린 문제야 난 때만 빠지면 돼 forget it 틀린 건 없어 If you feel the vibe 너는 보여도 더 괜찮아 익숙했던 틀에서 벗어나 하나둘 모여 완성되어가 이 모든 장면들을 빛낼 밤 부서져도 겁없이 던져봐 부서진 그 모양도 나니까 이보다 더 완벽할 순 없어 그대로 make it make it make it right
Wow. Very nice, very nice. All right, this was Perfect Error. This is Key and Soulkey from Red Velvet. And this was off of Key's newest album, Hunter. Very nice. Let's see. Gunky says, I never got a notification you were streaming yet. Yeah, I've been doing it for just over an hour, so we're here. I thought this was great. This was Nuncian says, I don't think there's a Discord notification. Should be. So I'll have to double check. This was great. I feel like, again, I probably was going to be heavily biased towards this song anyway, but I really liked it. I think this kind of takes a little bit of similar cues to what I liked about Picture Frame. But I also really appreciate, like Soulkey's voice in this song. I feel like they fit really well together. They definitely do it. But I definitely love this. And I think to me, like, the best thing I could say about like collaborations or like whenever people feature on other people's songs is like, what different aspects I feel like do they bring to the table in terms of like, the song itself, right? Because like obviously I think it's best for, I think it's best for both ends of the scale where it's like, okay, like if you already like Soulkey, then you'll check this out because maybe you're like, oh, I love Soulkey, and this is like, I should check this out because she's featuring on a song, right? And I think very interestingly in the same way, or maybe this is how I think, like, oh, wow, like I've obviously listened to Key's songs before. I've listened to him in Shiny, but I have not listened to his solo stuff. So this will be cool and obviously a good introduction because I obviously have a familiar voice that I already know in Key as well as in Soulkey. So I think that that's cool. But I think this was really honestly an interesting pairing. But they work out so well. Like Soulkey's got such a sweet sort of voice, and I feel like Key kind of matched that in some ways, but also is kind of able to break off and like do different things with his register. So I love that. So I appreciate that there's just such a interesting diversion of like different things going on vocally that I appreciate. I think instrumentally definitely keeps it a little bit more, I don't want to say safe, but definitely like a predictable sound. And that's not a bad thing. I think it's really well written. It's a great song, but it's definitely one of those songs where I'm like, if you had probably removed Key and also Soulkey, it does kind of have a familiarity to it. And so, there is something where I'm like, ooh, this kind of has a similar sort of vibe to like what I would argue K-pop is sounding like in some fashions, which is cool. I appreciate that, considering that they both have been in K-pop for quite a bit. I think there's a good mix on this album of like obviously current, and older sounds. So I appreciate that a ton. But yeah, overall, Perfect Error. Definitely enjoyed this a lot. I don't want to say that some of that is coming from Soulkey, but I would be lying to myself, and I'd probably be lying to chat if I didn't say that. So, but I thought it was great. It was a really fun song. So, all right. Let's see what we got here. Got a couple comments. Let's see. So Santa said they didn't get a Discord notification. Yonki says, I do want to do the Blue Dawn album by Trident. We will try to get through it. Definitely. We might have to take a look into a new bot Diz for sure. Let me know. We'll have to see how to rearrange that. And then it looks like no one got the notification from Twitch either. So also cool. So, but Diz did. Very interesting. I don't know. No idea. Hopefully it gets fixed. But all right. Well, we'll move on to the final one here. This one is Lavender Love, and this is the final song off Hunter. So very nice. Sally says, I got a notification from Twitch. Ah, very interesting. Okay. We'll keep my eyes peeled. So let's get into the final one. Let's check it out. Gotta press it first.
막이 오를 때 너를 생각해 늘 고요했던 마음에 울림이 된 기억들 너와 나를 담은 샌드 다정한 위로 스며든 빛 마주친 눈에 전해지는 힘 말하지 않아도 알아 가까이 있다는 건 다 같은 맘 같은 향기 라라 날아올라 느낌이 와 I want that lavender love 더 차가지는 수묵이 만드는 mood 완벽히 맘에 들어 lavender 어디 있든 알아볼게 말보다 더 진해진 향기 머물렀던 자리 늘 그대로 빛날 걸 알아 투박한 위로 눌러 담지 그 맘은 깊어 다 알고 있지 그게 참 우리 같아서 나는 또 행복해져 알아 같은 맘 같은 향기 날아올라 느낌이 와 I want that lavender love 더 차가지는 수묵이 만드는 mood 완벽히 맘에 들어 lavender
Got a little run. Cool.
낮과 밤을 지나마 그 내릴 때도 떠올려 lavender love 기억해줘 지금 순간의 sense Let's start this lavender love lavender
All right. Very cool. This was Lavender Love from Key's newest album, Hunter. Very nice. Very nice. This was a great closer. I love kind of like that really steady, like synth choice in the song. I feel like that's always done really well in K-pop, and I would like to say it continues on. So I appreciate that. There's a lot of great, not only I think in this song, but I'll say specifically for this one, there's a lot of great vocal runs in this song where I was like, damn, I knew Key did a great job of singing, but I feel like there's just so many moments throughout this album where I was like, damn, like he is really a fucking talented artist. So I loved hearing that. But I like that. This doesn't like I said, isn't there have been some crazier songs on this release, certainly. And that's, to be expected, I feel. But I like that this one is like a little bit more subtle. It's a little bit more low key. I think there's just something about this where it's a lot more reliant on like how well can someone sing. So I definitely appreciate that, like, he's got the chops certainly and was able to kind of just really end off on like a good song that I could just imagine him doing as maybe like an encore song after the like before the show's over with, or maybe closing the show out with entirely. Like it just has that sort of energy to it. So yeah, I really enjoyed this one a lot. I enjoyed the whole release certainly, but I feel like there's definitely some songs that I was like, ooh, I definitely knew this was key. And there are some on this album that purely shocked me where I was like, damn, like there was a lot of good moments of like different variation. So I feel like this is such a good album to listen to from front to back. There are some moments where I feel like some songs could be switched in terms of the arrangement, but like of like on the album, but beyond that, it was so damn good. So definitely love that. Thank you, Diz, for choosing this one. So Gungi asked if we missed anything. That just this one, pretty much for the most part. Diz says he chose this song specifically for a concert closer. That at that, and it is perfection. I would agree. Gungi says nice song. Too bad I missed the rest of the album. Oh. And Sarah says, I really like the album. I love Key. Hey, there you go. Very nice. I think some favorites, no particular order. I still feel like Hunter's probably one of my top songs on this album. I would say Trap, Infatuation, and then I would say Picture Frame. I would say are my favorites. I think if I had to choose one, an honorable mention for this one, I probably would say Perfect Error. It is kind of I feel like it is kind of on the nose a little bit, but definitely one of those ones that I feel like collab wise, I really obviously enjoy Solgi, and Key sounded phenomenal in that song. So I think it's a good combination. So definitely enjoyed it. But thank you, Diz, for the recommendation. Glad we were finally able to fully listen to it. So very nice, very nice. All right. Well, we're going to keep it schmovin'. The next one we've got was a recommendation from Sally, and they had wanted me to listen to GWSN, and I think it is The Park in the Night Part 1. So it's a couple songs. Very nice. This says, thank you for reacting. Pleasure is mine. But Sally says, GWSN, a.k.a. Gongwon Son Yo, aka Girls in the Park, debuted in 2018 and disbanded in 2023. Oh, okay. Very interesting. Very interesting. All right. And Sally says, I think one of their producers ended up moving to Mystic Story. Hey, let's go. My favorite. I love them. So very nice. Let's start off with the first one then. This is Puzzle Moon. So let's give it a spin.
조급해하지 않을게 천천히 널 드러내줘 수천 개의 너에게서 눈을 못 떼 우와 이거 계속되는 simulation 내 생각과 맞지 않아 한숨을 쉬어 길을 잃어버린 듯한 기분일까 빛을 잃어버린 듯한 느낌일까
Ooh. Okay.
않는데도 널 찾을 수 있다는 걸 알아 모두 모인 따라줘가 하지만 아닌 시작 이제는 눈을 뜰 거야 조급해하지 않을게 천천히 날 드러내줘 수줍게
Cool building.
완벽한 그림 같아
Ooh.
감기 아깝잖아
Nice.
마지막적이게 달콤하게도 딱 맞춰버려 넌 깜빡깜빡여도 난 깜짝깜짝하네 이게 마법 같아도 꿈만 같아도 이제 내 앞에 있어 널 채워줄게 오면 엎어서 어둠을 밀어버려 다시 나를 비춰줄래 나를 비춰줄래 이제 나는 알 것 같아
Great ending. Wow. All right, very cool. This was Puzzle Moon from GWSN, from their EP, The Park in the Night. Very nice, very nice. Let's see. No says Puzzle Moon, my beloved. Hey, let's go. And Sally says this is their debut album, by the way. Very cool. A couple comments as well. No says too bad I was never able to really get into the rest of their discography. And Gunky said the same as well. So very interesting. This was I feel like I haven't heard Puzzle Moon before. Otherwise, I feel like it would have been potentially recommended at some point. But I thought this was very good. Very catchy. It does feel very well. It looks like it came out at least in terms of Spotify. It says September 5th of 2018. So I don't know how accurate that is, but I definitely like this a lot. There's a lot of cool like overtones to their voices that I really appreciate. I think there's a lot of cool like texture with their voices. Like they've got like I find that like K-pop maybe potentially around that time frame just like had very interesting vocals, which I appreciate it in like all facets. I feel like they always have. I feel like there has been more of a discrepancy in terms of like their vocal tones and stuff, which maybe might have to do just like the way that the production of songs are at that time. But very cool. I love it. I think it sounds very punchy. I feel like it does stand out more. I would say probably my favorite parts of the song though were definitely that bridge section. I love the like a little rap part that we got, and then the vocals at the end of the song, like doing a lot of those like ad libs and runs. I thought were really great. And I think they really kind of add a lot more emphasis to the final chorus, so I appreciate that a ton. But yeah, it's super catchy. I love that like really kind of like I don't know how to describe it, but just like that really cool synth choice that they're using in the song, like it's like that do 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 like in the back, like it just sounds really cool, and I think it just kind of adds this like extra like melody piece to the song that the vocals aren't doing. So I think it just kind of adds like a little bit of complexity, depth to the song. So I appreciate that. That's really cool. But other than that, great song. I think it's very catchy, very fun. And I enjoyed it. So very, very nice. Very nice. All right. Well, we're going to keep it moving on this EP. The next one is Shy Shy. So let's check it out. Yeah, that's good. Damn. so good. What the fuck?
좋아하는 걸 찾다 보면 어느새 되어 있지. Wanna be, I wanna be. 나만지 모르지 나만의 가능성. 온 세상에 내 꿈의 향을 퍼뜨릴까 해. 어제보다 난 오늘 더 예쁘고 눈부셔 눈부셔 눈부셔. 넌 네가 생각하는 그 모습보다 더 근사해 근사해. 머리는 never ever 절대 할 수 없다고. 가슴은 never better 너다운 모습 그대로도 넌 최고.
Cool. Nice.
서로가 서로의 꿈이 되어주길. 받고 싶은 선물이 있어. 믿는 그 맘으로 날 안아주면 마치 dream pop pop dream pop pop 뜬 것처럼 dream pop stars dream pop stars 나를 듯해 가슴이 떨려요. 기적을 이뤄요. dreams come true. 달이 밝게 선물처럼 내 눈도 그래 난 그래 하늘처럼 이 순간 모든 게 완벽해졌어요. I just wanna be me.
Wow. That was so good. All right. That was GWSN and their song Shy Shy. Shy Shy. Sorry, excuse me. Slurring my words today. That man, I don't know why that was not I might oust myself on this one. I'll actually save it for the end because I feel like maybe I don't want to speak too soon. But I feel like this song was so good. I feel like it's rivaling Puzzle Moon. Like I did really enjoy Puzzle Moon, but like this one, I'm genuinely surprised this may not have been a title track. So I don't know if that's a popular opinion or not to have about Shy Shy or this album specifically, but damn, this was so catchy, so good. The song immediately sounded great. Like I love the synth choice that they used in it. It's very like it's kind of got a little bit of like an 80s synth pop sort of feel to it, and I love that. First thoughts though, I do, and I don't know if they get this comparison a lot, but I felt like this song specifically kind of gave me a little bit of like a little 50-50 vibes, which I hope that that's not a discredit to this group but I definitely felt like this song specifically, I'm like kind of in a similar sort of melody ballpark, which is cool. The only things I think were different about it were like a lot more of the production of the song felt like stronger. There's like a cool kind of like synth ramping section before they got into the chorus, which I thought was great. The bridge had like a rap section, which I don't believe 50-50 has any rappers in their group. So I felt like that was really cool, and that kind of differentiates them a little bit more. But I hope that like I said, the comparison between the 50-50 and them is not a diss. I feel like I like 50-50 a lot, and I'm starting to really enjoy GWSN. So, and they obviously came first. So, they are, the chicken and the egg commentary. I feel like they were the ones who did it first, certainly. But yeah, I really enjoyed this a lot. Really catchy, very bright, very shimmery. Their voices sound incredible. I think probably another favorite part of the song was the second verse. I felt like the vocals in that section of the song felt so strong. And I think for like typically a second verse usually isn't like one where people are like, oh yeah, like that's the strongest part of the song. Usually you say like a chorus or a bridge or something, but damn, I was like the second verse kind of was cracked. So I definitely like that a ton. But yeah, Shy Shy, I think probably might be amongst my favorites for sure. So Sarah says already a hit. Gungi says this is my favorite so far. Sarah says so good, immediately added to my playlist. And Gunky says, I really like this one. Hey, let's go. Let's go. All right. Great. We're doing great, Sally. So thanks for the pick. But we're keeping it moving today. The next one we've got is Let It Grow, A Little Tree. So let's give it a listen.
Stop the rain, 모든 구름이 갇히고 Stop the pain, 나의 구름도 흩어졌어 Step by step, 걸음이 가볍게 햇빛 속으로 걸어가 Oh let it go and go and go 아직은 너무 찾지 마
Wow. Wow. Gorgeous. All right, very cool. This was Let It Grow, A Little Tree from GWSN, The Park in the Night. Very nice. I feel like I keep pausing towards their name because inherently my brain's like, how many letter combinations have groups been named off of in that aspect? And for whatever reason, every time I see their name, I'm like, yeah, WJSN, and I'm like, that's not, we've covered them already. It's probably just the lettering, honestly. But I I thought this one was very interesting. Definitely a little bit more subdued. Um, but I liked it. I thought it was very sweet. I think like it pulls a lot from like their sweet tonality that I've heard from them so far. I like the kind of like whimsical aspect of the instrumentation. Like a lot of those like synths were really gorgeously arranged, and like you heard like the wind chimes and stuff. Like there's just something really almost a little magical about like the way that the song kind of is composed. So I like that aspect of it. Their voices sounded really nice. But I feel like for me, and maybe it's just because I was on a high for like Shy Shy and I really like that song. I feel like this one is like a little bit less energy, and I'm completely for that. That happens, you know what I mean? You're not going to always have high intensity songs. But I don't know. I feel like there's definitely some like moments of the song where I'm like, it's really solid and I really like it, but I also feel like I feel like there's something else that like I feel like there's something else that needs to be here where I'm like, damn, like there's maybe like a missed opportunity. Like I feel like for the bridge specifically, that was to me where I was like, ooh, maybe they'll change it up and do something like really like out like maybe a little bit more magical or a little bit more grandiose in the bridge. And I don't feel like maybe it hits that same sort of like heights that I feel like I had set for it in my head. But I like the song. Overall, I thought it was very solid. Like I would go and listen to it again, certainly. But I do feel like there's definitely some higher peaks on this release so far that we've listened to where I was like, ooh, I like this. But I think if you like more of a chill, more a little bit more of a song that relies on the subtleties, then you're probably going to enjoy this one. But I thought it was solid, very solid. Nothing, I don't feel like there was anything that I disliked about it. It just feels like a little bit more low key, and that's fine. Hey, it is what it is. Guggy says, this isn't bad, but it's not doing anything for me at the same time. That's fair. I could see that. And yes, thank you for the laughs. I genuinely thought I was the only one thinking it would be WJSN. But anyway, this is GWSN, and the next one is Yolo Wa. Hopefully I've got that correct, but let's check it out.
이젠 지긋지긋한 날 take a more test on the back
Nice, very nice. This is Yolo from GWSN. Very nice. Um, I enjoyed this one. Very fun vibes. I feel like it kind of gives like that islandy. I feel like I've made this joke before, and I'll probably continue to make it. But I feel like K-pop artists have to at least do one like song in their discography where it has to be like more on that island theme. I feel at some point like the companies are like, "Oh, you got to do it. It's your time. It's time to do it. You have to put it on this album." So, um this was very interesting. I feel like melody-wise, beat-wise, very solid. But I liked a lot of their variation on their vocal tones on this one. I feel like this one to me was very nice. Like I liked like the again very similarly to Puzzle Moon. I feel like there's a lot more like vocal dynamics in this song and a little bit more texture to them vocally. So I felt like that one definitely was very cool in this one. I also liked that there was like I don't know if it's like marimbas or definitely kind of like in that sort of like islandy vibe where I feel like I haven't heard them as descriptively in this song as in other songs comparatively to this one. So I love that. I love the sound of the marimbas. I don't know why, but maybe I'm a low key, summer island person, maybe I enjoy that. But sounds very nice in the song. And yeah, I got a great hook. I would say the hook in the chorus is really good for this song too. But overall, I thought this was very nice. Good vibes, good summer song, certainly. So, no complaining here. So, let's see. Gunky says I like this one a lot more than the last one. And gotta have a summer song. That's true. Noah Sand says, I highly recommend you listen to Night Aviation by them sometime. Ooh, okay. We will have to add it to the proverbial list. So, very nice, very nice. Well, the next one on this release is Melting Point. So, let's check it out. Already liking this intro. It's cool.
밤새도록 꿈은 피었나 처음이지만 난 알 수 있었지 이 신비로운 공간을 천천히 걷다가 심장까지 한 뼘 한 뼘 우리를 비춰가 여전히 가늠이 안 되지만 다 더욱더 날 흔들어 난 점점 깊어지는 밤 달이 떠오른 순간 dreaming and racing 나 소중하니까 날 기다리나니까 crazy I'm crazy for you 촛불처럼 이 순간에 녹아내려가 하나 되어 끝도 없이 빠져들었다 이 공간은 melting point
Cool. Wow.
어두워질수록 훨씬 더 선명해져 상상에 빠져 I think I'm crazy but you 난 벌써 하나 된 것 같이 너가 발끝까지 This is melting point 다 빛나줘 그대로 서약까지 소중해 전부 간직할래 설레는 네 맘을 감출 수 없어 사람들이 말하던 환상이 이뤄져 나는 녹아내려가 하나 되어 끝도 없이 빠져들었다 이 공간은 melting point 우리만의 melting point 순간에만 따뜻하게 녹아내려가 순간순간에 너를 안고 스며들어 나 이 공간은 melting point 우리만의 melting point 날 기다려 난 기대해
All right, very cool. This was track 5, Melting Point from GWSN, The Park in the Night. Very nice, very nice. Yeah, we have not had a true chaos night, but yeah, that will be Monday. So if you're coming to hang out Monday and you're here on stream, we will be doing chaos on Monday. So come join if you can. Diz says this album definitely signaling to me try more of their back catalog. Not that the label deserves my streams. That's true. That's true. Who even gets the money if the company doesn't exist anymore? Oh, that's true. That's true. I don't know. It's probably still the company, I would imagine, even if they've dissolved. Unless, yeah, I was gonna say unless they're under a bigger umbrella, which they could be as well. Sarah says, okay, the future bass sound is really cool. I also agree. I enjoyed this one a lot. I'm surprised. I'm not surprised. It looks like it's actually this behind Yolo, the second most streamed song on this release. But I love this. This was so interesting. I love like the beat. I feel like the rhythm in this song is just like on point. It's got a good vibe. The vocals on this song were really, really damn good in my opinion. I really liked a lot of the vocals. Cool runs. There's just like a cleanness to it that I appreciate. But yeah, overall, I thought this was a very interesting like choice. I think from a instrumental perspective, I liked a lot of their like the variation of the song. I think like especially in the chorus, there's like a lot of great variation between like that and the verses, which I appreciate. And then towards the end, they like popped off a little bit more and kind of made it a little bit more wonky, and I love that. I think that was really cool. Definitely more my speed in terms of their discography so far on this release. But yeah, I thought this one was a very fun song, cool, interesting listen. And again, the differentiation between like those future bass sounds and their vocals, I think fit really well. So, that one definitely is a sleeper song for sure, but enjoyed it a ton. So, all right, well, we're going to move on to the last one of this EP. And it is called Lullaby. Hopefully y'all will not be asleep, but let's check it out. And Gunky says, good point, and was a nice song. I agree. So, all right, cool. Let's get into Lullaby then.
너무 예뻐버린 하늘에 괜히 울컥해진 마음에 그 마음에 말을 건네 나는 아무것도 아닐까 잘하고 있는 게 아닐까 물어보네 되물어보네 오늘 밤은 걱정 없이 딴 꿈을 꿔 걱정하지 말고 걱정하지 말고 눈을 감고 편안하게 한숨을 쉬어 뒤척이지 말고 불안해하지 말고 잘자 내가 아직 어려 그럴까 정말 아무것도 모를까 그런 걸까 나만 이럴까 자꾸 작아지는 모습이 나만 멈춰있는 모습이 이상해 보일까
Nice melody shift.
오늘 밤은 걱정 없이 단 꿈을 꿔 걱정하지 말고 걱정하지 말고 눈을 감고 편안하게 한숨을 쉬어 뒤척이지 말고 불안해하지
Wow, they hit us with an ASMR ending. We love it. Anyway, this is sorry. This was GWSN The Park in the Night. Very nice, very nice. Great song. I feel like this one is aptly named, not because I feel like it will put you to sleep. It could potentially. I don't know. But I love the chord phrasing of the song. Really gorgeous. Their voices have like this sort of like beautiful like melodic tone to them. And I felt like in this song, while other songs I think have done a really good job of showing their vocals off, I felt like this one was definitely one of those ones where I was like, damn, like they've got some really damn good vocals. So I really love that. And I like that this one. I think most groups tend to do at least one song like this, and I think to me it always shows off like the different characteristics of the group, and obviously shows them off in a light that doesn't have like, I think, a lot of things going on. For me, I love hearing kind of the simplicity of the voices and like how well they've meshed together, and I feel like this one does a really, really damn good job of that. So yeah, great closing song to a very, very nice EP. I definitely enjoyed a majority of it. I'd say my personal favorites from this were Shy Shy and Melting Point. I would say probably honorable mentions for me. I would say would be Puzzle Moon, and I also really liked Lullaby. I think those two were neck and neck for me. Puzzle Moon maybe like has a slight edge because it is the title track and it was very fun, but Lullaby just has this sort of sweetness that I really like too. So, very great song, very, very interesting EP. I'd be curious to check out more. I know No Santa signaled to check out later release, so we'll have to check out some more of their stuff in the foreseeable future. But I really enjoy this. Very nice, Sally. Thank you for the pick. Love it. But yeah, it was a good time, good vibe. Gunky says it's Gunky ballad. Nobody's allowed to sleep. I hope no one was sleeping. No Santa says, hey Funky, hey Gunky, get funky. Oh God. Sarah says that was magical, and thanks again, Sally. Appreciate it. So very good vibes. If you liked it, hopefully you'll go check out more of GWSN. So, all right. Well, we're gonna keep it moving. We've got more ground to cover. The next one we are doing is Hoppipolla, which was recommended by Jazz. So this one is Cherry Mixtape. So we'll be giving it a listen. I know Jazz was having some trouble with the internet, so hopefully you enjoy this, Jazz. Appreciate it. But let's check out the first one, which is Wish.
차가운 바람이 불 때면 어느새 그댈 보낸 계절이 오죠. 서로가 서로에게 영혼을 말하던 그때 날 기억하나요? 우리 참 많이 사랑했는데 멀리 떠난 그대는 내 맘 알까 눈물 참고 보내기도 부디 그대만은 아프지 않길 흐르는 시간에 기대어 간신히
Ooh, a little bit of violin, cello. Oof, nice.
꿈에서 인사하는 그대의 모습 안녕 나의 사랑아 우리 참 많이 사랑했는데 멀리 떠난 그대는 내 맘 알까 눈물 참고 보내기도 부디 그대만은 아프지 않길 떠난 그곳에서 행복하기를 세월 지나 끝내 날 있는데도 단 한 번도 단 하루도 그댈 잊지 못한 내가 있으니 먼길 돌아 다시 만나질 테니 우리 그때 다신 아프지 않길
Wow. All right. That was Wish from Hoppipolla. I think this might be a member of Hoppipolla. I'm not, it looks like it. So, let's see. Nope, there's no about. So, okay. Didn't answer my question, but either way. All right. Very cool. Let's see what we got here. Gunky says, already really like this. Very nice. And Sarah says, kind of sad Christmassy. A little, I would say. And Gunky says, instant playlist edition. Hey, let's go. Okay. I need to look this up because I feel like maybe it might potentially help out my commentary slightly. So, let's see. Cherry. Let's see. All right, didn't answer my question. I thought I would. Anyway, I thought the song was really beautiful. I think like the addition of like the cello in the song was really gorgeous. That was probably about a little after that first chorus, I believe. But I love that. I think it adds like a lot of like warmth, a lot of. I feel like this anytime this string instrumentation adds a lot of emotionality to songs. So I love when that's included. Their vocals are incredible. I love kind of like again that low end warmth to their vocal tone. But also register wise, pretty extensive register, which is really cool. I feel like there's a lot of depth vocally in this song where you kind of got again that like almost like low mid range to like bass tones in the song, and then you kind of get up into that like higher mid range tone, which is really gorgeous. I think there's like a lot of definition between that, so appreciate that a lot. The song is kind of more, I guess, ballad-y kind of, I guess, in some ways. But I really kind of like, I feel like the first thing that I noticed was just like the emotionality of the song. It just immediately just kind of hits you as you're listening to it. So, um, really love that addition to the song. And I imagine it probably is throughout the entire EP as well. But man, what a gorgeous track to begin the release off with, because it just was really 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 well put together. So excited to listen to the rest of them, but I feel like this is definitely a strong start for sure. So all right, well, we're gonna keep it moving. The next one on this EP is These Days. So check it out.
요즘 좀 어땠어? 뭐 좋은 소식 없었어? 누굴 만났던지 또 어딜 가봤던지 나는 오늘 똑같아. 시간 가는 게 손살 같아. 내일을 위해 내일을 이래 쉬는 것도 불안해. 숨 쉴 틈 없이 또 밀려오듯 살아가다 보니 난 요즘 낯선 곳에 여행 한번 무섭고 새로운 것들이 어느새 좀 두려워. 사랑하며 살아가려 해도 생각이 많아 쉽지도 않고. 근데 요즘 넌 어떻게 지냈어? 연락도 못한 내 사는 게 참 바빠서. 바뀌는 게 맞춰가면 다 바뀌는 게 나에겐 너무 빨라. 따라가게도 벅차. 숨 좀 돌릴까. 빨라지는 건 달라지는 것 그어버린 우리들의 경계선. 굳이 묻지도 않지 불편한 이슈 뭐 어땠어. 요즘 세상 정상이 없어져 높은 산. 일단 일어나자 내가 다 했어 계산. 숨 쉴 틈 없이 또 밀려오듯 살아가다 보니 난 요즘 낯선 곳에 여행 한번 무섭고 새로운 것들이 어느새 좀 두려워. 사랑하며 살아가려 해도 생각이 많아 쉽지도 않고. 근데 요즘 넌 어떻게 지냈어? 연락도 못한 내 사는 게 참 바빠서. 하나 둘 달라지는 중 따라가게도 벅차. 난 멈추고 싶어. 어른이란 말의 그 무게가 요즘 너무 버겁게 느껴져. 낯선 바닷가에 빠지고 싶어. 새로운 도전에 맘껏 설레고 싶어. 우린 같은 꿈을 꿔보지만 이젠 지켜낼 삶이 있잖아. 반복된 하루에 늘 지쳐가도 실없는 너의 농담에 또 웃는다. 또 웃는다. 또 웃는다. 또 웃는다. 하루가 저문다.
Ooh, very nice, very nice. All right, this was Il, and their song These Days. I did do did do some digging, since I know Jazz has had some issues with chat, getting in on Twitch chat, but Il is the front man for Hoppipolla. So I know they mentioned it was Hoppipolla, but I didn't know which member it was. So now y'all know. This was great. I love the kind of energy of this song. I feel like we have not covered Hoppipolla in a little bit, but I do feel like it gives such a vibe. It gives their sound, I felt like, is so transcendent to a lot of the other members. I know we have covered some of their music, but like outside of Hoppipolla, but this was so gorgeous. Like, I love the arrangement, which is to be expected. I feel like a lot of K bands do some like really gorgeous arrangements to their music, so I love that. Um, I love like the energy of this. It's got a great beat. I feel like the momentum of the song is really well orchestrated in this song. And his voice is so nice. Like obviously loved him in Hoppipolla, and his solo stuff is very cool as well too. Like I think he continues with like some really gorgeous vocals that we heard in Wish, but very similarly with this one. Um, but yeah, this was super nice. Again, I've liked both songs so far, so I feel like this potentially could be a good release for me, certainly. But yeah, I really have enjoyed it. Very like big sounding songs, which is cool. I love hearing that. So, been loving the production. It looks like the arranger on Spotify says it's Banana Gara G. They've been doing a fantastic job. So, love that. Very cool. Very cool. So, Guggy says this is so good. Another playlist edition. Wow. Hey, let's go. We're 2 for 2 here. Asshat. Hello. Thank you for hanging. Sorry for laughing at your username. It was awesome. And Guggy says this EP is fantastic so far. We're only 2 songs in. I agree. This is great. So thank you, Jazz. Hopefully you'll be able to enjoy it post video. But let's keep it moving. The next one is The Love Has Faded. So let's check it out.
사랑이 식었어 내 맘이 변했어 차마 말 못했어 맘이 바뀌어버린 걸 어떡하겠어 내가 말하면서 눈물이 흘렀어 나도 모르겠어 그냥 자꾸 눈물이 나왔어 한땐 행복했었지 그땐 서로가 마치 전부인 것처럼 좋았던 날도 있었지 언제부터였는지 혼자 있는 날들이 꽤 오래 난 몰래 익숙해졌으니 사랑이 식었어 내 맘이 변했어 차마 말 못했어 맘이 바뀌어버린 걸 어떡하겠어 너무 힘들었어 이제 늦었어 너무 미안했어 이 사랑은 너 혼자 같아서 사랑이 식었어 사랑이 식었어 좋은 이별은 없지 말도 안 되는 거지 애써 더 차갑게 돌아서야만 할 테니 함께 웃던 날들이 여전히 날 붙잡지 하지만 이제 말해야 해 눈물이 흘러도 사랑이 식었어 내 맘이 변했어 차마 말 못했어 맘이 바뀌어버린 걸 어떡하겠어 너무 힘들었어 이제 늦었어 너무 미안했어 이 사랑은 너 혼자 같아서 사랑이 식었어 사랑이 식었어 사랑이 식었어 사랑이 식었어 사랑이 식었어 사랑이 식었어 사랑이 식어서 사랑이 식었어
Oh, very nice. This was The Love Has Faded from Yolo from Hoppipolla and their EP Cherry Mixtape. Very nice. Let's see. Kardi says this EP is fantastic so far. We're only 2 songs in. Two tunes. Thanks for hanging. And Gungi says another great song and playlist. Wow. Okay, you're. You might as well just put this whole EP on here. We already know where it's gonna be. I was gonna say. I may have already jumped the gun on that one, but anyway, this one was also great. I feel like I'm beating a dead horse on this on my commentary, but like I feel like for songs like this, especially more along the lines of this, it's like I could talk about the instrumentation and all that stuff. And while I will say the instrumentation for this song specifically, I really loved. Um, I find that like the commentary, at least for me, is like, oh yeah, I really enjoyed this one. I'm probably gonna move on to is it over for real? I'm gonna be like, oh, I like this one, and I think it's just to me like if I just start to kind of just like sit here and just listen and really kind of like take it all in, I think that to me there's just like an overall like magicalness about like the way that people write. You know what I mean? Like I think to me as someone who has been listening to music for quite a long time, whether it's, doing it here on online or in my own personal free time, I think there's just something really impressive about like how songs, whether or not, and especially I would say in the past couple years more specifically, where like this type of song I probably like wouldn't have had any thoughts on, I guess, per se. Like I would be like, oh well, it's not like heavy or it's not metal or it's not anything like that. And I think over the years, like listening to this type of music and listening to a variety of different musics over the years, I think has really kind of allowed me to expand my palette. And so this song is just like really gorgeous. I love like again the violin footprint on this one. I think it's just really excellently done. I think that Yil sings with um such an emotionality to his tone, so I really appreciate that. And I think that comes through in not only this song specifically, but in the songs that we've heard so far. So I really love that. But I just think the instrumentation is extremely well done. I think there's just something about it where if I knew what they were talking about in terms of the lyrics, I think there would just be an added benefit to the appreciation of these songs. But yeah, I think it's just really, really, really well put together. And I think kind of my comment from earlier was just that like I think people always get into this box of like I only listen to this genre and stuff, and I think you're just missing out on a whole bunch of other music that is equally, if maybe even potentially better than what you're currently listening to. And so, I would express that if you haven't gone out of your way to listen to something that you wouldn't particularly listen to, then you should definitely do it because I feel like it expands your horizons as a music listener, and you might like something that you wouldn't have thought you liked in the first place. So, would recommend taking the dive or the plunge into it and do it up. So, Gunky says I might be adding the whole EP to my playlist the way we're going. Hey, let's go. Let's go. Love to see it. But great EP so far. We're halfway through. Been loving the 3 songs so far, so I'm hoping the latter half would be great. So, Gunky says younger me would be shocked with what I listen to now. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. I feel as though my latter half of my musicality has been online, so I can see how how much I have changed over the years, which is good. I think that's important. So very nice. Connie, hello. Thank you for hanging. I know some of y'all didn't get the Twitch notification or the Discord notification, so I decided to post in Discord that I'm streaming. So if you missed out, apologies. Come through. Usually there are some sort of notifications that I'm going live. But anyway, let's keep it moving. The next one is track 4 on this release. Is It Over for Real is the song. So let's give it a listen.
조금씩 뿌린 향수 동네 맛집 척척 박사 나가시 따길 비켜라 모든 게 완벽한
Little punky.
곳에
I'm about it. I'm about it.
오늘따라 왜 몰래 계산해 말도 없고 이상해 밥이 별로였나 할 말이 뭔데 사과를 왜 해 넌 하필 이런 날 우리가 왜 헤어져 어떻게 헤어져 말도 안 돼 갑자기 반지 깨지 솔직히 그래 그냥 헤어져 진짜로 헤어져 가난다고 진짜가
It's sick.
우리가 어떻게 헤어져 잠깐 내 말 들어봐 너도 가끔 나 속삭였잖아 사람이란 누구나 실수란 걸 하니까 우리 동점으로 할까 아니야 괜찮아 나 지갑 없는데 막차도 끊겼네 분당에서 일산까지 걸어간다 진짜 네 말 알겠는데 이해가 잘 안 돼 내가 넘어가 줄게 짜여줘 우리가 왜 헤어져 어떻게 헤어져 말도 안 돼 갑자기 반지 깨지 솔직히 그래 그냥 헤어져 진짜로 헤어져 가난다고 진짜가 네 우리가 어떻게 헤어져 나는 못해
Ooh, key change. Nice. Yep.
내가 부족한 거 아는데 아직 네가 너무 좋은데 어떻게 헤어져 다시 기회 말이 짧아 미안해 다시 한번 기회를 주세요 못해요
Nice. All right, this was Is It Over for Real? Very nice from Eel from Hoppipolla. A couple comments here. Koki says Brandon trying to take away our chill. No. Y'all were gonna get him either way, so Koki says you have me at drums. Connie says, ooh, I like this already. And Gungi says, fine, I will add this to my playlist as well. Such a change from the previous songs, but I love it. Very nice. I would also agree. I also love this song. Definitely a complete and utter vibe switch, which is great. I love to see it. But I really enjoyed like the more like rock tonality. I think his voice suits it super well, which I think isn't really, I guess, necessarily a surprise because I mean I feel like Hoppipolla kind of does it. Had done a variety of different vocal sounds. But I feel like his voice kind of suits that a little bit more of a, punchier tone. So I appreciate that a lot. Also, I will say whoever did the drumming for this, definitely, and I mean like definitely was influenced by Travis Barker of Blink-182, 100%. There were so many like drum fills. I was like, this is very like Travis Barker inspired. Um, so I appreciate that. Um, I thought that was really, really cool. There was like a lot of like the Tom moments, that like one section, especially in like that pre-chorus build, like the drum roll. I feel like Travis Barker typically does that in a lot of Blink songs. And I think it actually weirdly enough kind of has like a more like the most current, I guess not well, it is the most current Blink 182 album with Matt Skiba from Alkaline Trio was doing the vocals for it for that album specifically. Definitely has like more of that like their sort of stylization, which I thought was cool. But yeah, I enjoyed it. I feel like this shouldn't be shocking to anybody really, to be honest, because I love a good rock sort of song, and I feel like this one fits it super well. Like I said, it's right at the halfway point of this EP, so I feel like it offers that sort of excellent energy drive to this release. So definitely cool. I'm genuinely surprised it's the least streamed song on this album. I guess maybe the more emotional songs are the one, but I enjoyed the bright tonality of this one. I thought it was just so much fun. So really, really interesting. Gunky says Brandon saying not so shocking statements. Yep. Listen. I keep on brand. You know, it's literally in my name. So, that was terrible, terrible joke. Anyway, we're gonna keep it moving. The next one is still the same, which is how I do most things here. Still the same. Anyway, let's check it out.
여전히 그대로네 너의 향기 옅은 색의 입술 나도 뭐 그대로지
Wow, this is totally different.
몇 년 지나도 널 잊지 못했어 그 남자는 아직 너의 곁에 있니 아니면 널 아프게 한 건 아닌지 아직도 난 너와 둘이 걷던 거리 지나갈 때면 미소 짓곤 해 이미 알지 넌 내 맘 다 뭐 숨길 생각 없으니까 우린 이미 서로를 알잖아 돌려 말할 수가 없어 나 아직도 너를 사랑해 다시는 널 놓치지 않을게 여전히 우린 그래 같은 말투 같은 표정인데 다투고 싸우던 게 생각해보면 참 우리다웠어 그때 내가 너를 안아줬더라면 지금 우리가 달라지진 않았을까 네 소식이 들릴 때면 잠 못 드는 밤 전화를 걸 뻔도 했어 이미 알지 넌 내 맘 다 뭐 숨길 생각 없으니까 우린 이미 서로를 알잖아 돌려 말할 수가 없어 나 아직도 너를 사랑해 너도 같은 마음이길 바래
Great vocal tones. Wow.
여전히 그대로네 지나가는 너의 뒷모습을
Great ending. Love it. All right. This was Still the Same from Eel from Hoppipolla. Very nice. Gunky says that this is a nice chill song. And I enjoy the piano, but I don't think it will make my playlist. Boo. No, okay. That's okay. It's fine. Cardi says beautiful vocals. Hey, I would agree. Um, we've got three different. I feel like back to back to back. If you listen to, if you listen to this in succession, I feel like you would be going through a heavily amount of whiplash on this song. You've got The Love Has Faded, Is It Over for Real, which is like more of a like pop punk kind of pop punky-ish sort of song, and then you have Still the Same, which is like very much like a jazz song. So if you're looking for variety, I mean, damn, you are certainly getting it, certainly. But I enjoyed this a lot. The piano work, again, I would agree. The piano work is incredible in the song. I love a lot of the chord phrasings, really gorgeous. And I would also agree with Connie that the vocals are incredibly beautiful. He's got a great range. I feel like the lower end of his tonality really shines in this type of song. So I loved hearing that. But he's got like a little bit of like falsetto tone on top here, which was really nice, especially towards that like bridge and final chorus. That really kind of laid the groundwork a little bit more. So I love that. I could understand why this might seem like a little bit of a killjoy after listening to like a very high energy song, but as I've noticed with a lot of like Korean releases, you got like a really interesting song, then you can change it completely, and then Novice Driver could be in a completely different ballpark entirely. So it is cool to see like the variation back to back to back. But I enjoyed this a lot. The piano work again was awesome. There's like a little bit of like violin too. That was great. There's been like good little mixes of like violin throughout this entire release that I've loved. So whoever is doing the violin work has done an incredible job. But yeah, a little bit more low key, a little bit less aggressive, which is awesome to see. But definitely one that I enjoyed. So very interesting. Gunky says, I wonder if this would have been a better closer, but I haven't heard the last song yet. That is true. Be curious. But let's check out the final track of this release, Cherry Mixtape, and it's called Novice Driver. So let's give it a listen. That deep cello, oof, super nice. All right, very nice. This was Novice Driver from Il, and he fronts Hoppipolla, and this is the Cherry mixtape. Very nice. Thank you, Jazz, for the recommendation. Um, Guggy says, I'm really enjoying the simplicity of the song. Uh, Guggy says, my mom would be so bored from this song, but I love it already on the playlist. So you did like what, except for one. So Kai says this is a nice song to finish the album. It felt like a goodbye for me. Yeah, I could definitely resonate with that for sure. I enjoyed this. This was a very gorgeously written song. I would also agree that I enjoyed the simplicity of it. I feel like the cello is putting in a ton of work in the song, which is great. I love hearing cello in music, so already enjoyed that already. Um, I would also say like the piano was also gorgeous in this. The guitar work was really nice too. I love like the finger style playing that their guitar player was using. Really, really good. Um, but I thought this was really nice. I think to me there are songs where I was like I love like the production. I love like the heaviness. Like I love the kind of in like I like the intricacies of production, right? I think to me that I wouldn't be doing this if I feel like I didn't have any love for that. But I feel like to me songs like this always I always tend to love because I think there's just so unadulterated, right? There's just something about like his voice that just sticks out in the song really well. Like the piano sounds really serene, really gorgeous. Like the chord phrasing's awesome. The guitar works really beautiful, especially how it's finger picked. I thought that's incredibly well done. Um the cello adds the emotionality to the song, but also adds like a lot of that bass and depth tone to the song. So I love that. So I think really in the heart of it, like it's really arranged very well, and I think the elements of the song really kind of make up the sum of the parts in this music, which is really cool. I think to me, it's like every without if you took one piece out of that song, I feel like it might not have the same sort of impact that it does. So I love that this is at the end. I think it's a very gorgeous track, and I think Eel sounds incredible, as he has sounded throughout this entire EP. But he definitely felt like just a good closer to the EP, which I would say keeps a pretty similar tone, except for two songs, arguably. But overall, I enjoyed it the most. So very, very nice. I think my two favorites, hands down, were "Is It Over for Real" and "Still the Same." I think those two were my like ones that I really, really enjoyed. If I had to give honorable mention, I would say "Novice Driver" was one that I also really enjoyed a ton, but I feel like just is outside of my favorites. But overall, great EP. I'll have to check out more. So thank you, Jazz, for recommending. So let's see what else we got. Gungi says 5 of the 6 are going on my playlist. I mean, they're already there. That's fair. Andy says, okay, I'm adding the EP to my library. I have already added every song to my playlist. Hey, let's go. Let's go. And Gungi says, I still think Wish and These Days are my favorite. Followed by Novice Driver. That's fair. That's fair. All good. That's the magics of music. So very nice. No Santa is next. They had recommended that we check out Cardi, which we have checked out a lot of Cardi's music, which I'm stoked. Um, let's see. No Santa says there are visualizers for all the songs. You should watch the one for back because it's interesting. Okay. Like on Spotify or or YouTube. I could throw the YouTube up. I just have to switch everything over. If not, it's all good. Um, it looks like we're going for shorter EPs. Yeah, that is true. No says I mean you don't have to. Yeah, Keys was an album. So if they're on YouTube, I'll pull them up. No say it's not a big deal. We're cruising along today, so no problems here. Let me just see. Cardi. when, let's see. Okay. Omega, yes. Random question. Feel free to send it. What's the question? Let's see. Oh, okay. It's got, okay, I see. What do you think of RV? Are you referring to Red Velvet? I would assume. I like Red Velvet. We've covered them, so they're definitely a group I really like. We just did Wendy's newest release too, so I do like Wendy as an artist. Very curious to see. I know she's had some issues with like the promotion of her current tour in the States, so I hope she is getting the notoriety she deserves, but it's hard to say, certainly. So, this says just a gritty motherfucker. What can I do? Potentially. So, that's okay. It's okay, Ditz. Listen, I respect it. So, all right, let me get this visualizer pulled up here. We're doing some work here. God. I hope this doesn't get me copyrighted strikes for doing the Rocky theme. Anyway. All right. Very cool. Very cool. We're doing it. The visualizers. Let's go. This one is Jump Off, which is the first song. So hopefully it doesn't blow my ears out. We're going to turn the volume down just in case. Oh, we're good. Volume's good.
남는 게 숙제서 지나가는 참상 속엔 시비와 종책이 맥권대 끝끝내가지는 어디에 어차피 people what you to say 그럼 한술 더더 kick back and play 그 한들의 전장 자빠진데도 각오는 항상 Force rock 휘둘러 빈스 부러질 때까지 망상 뛰어내린 길에 종착지 주로에 맞서 구도를 틀어버려 달려들어 맘버리고 I've been searching for something I don't think I'm ready for nothing 마치 닿을 것 같아 어리적 상상했던 온 세상을 뒤틀어버릴 울트라 더 파티 일로와 들어봐 너와 닮은 모난 이들의 합창은 When they take it higher When they make it fire When they reach the sky 뭘 봐 아직 다 뒤로 your body 난 깨달은 달기
All right, very nice. This was Cardi Jump Off, and obviously, shout outs to Meatball, the big cat. He's here. He must have heard that we were listening to Cardi, but very nice. Omega says jump off. Yes. No, says meaty boy. Guggy says gotta love Meatball. Yeah, he's the goat for sure. Andy said, "Aw, he is. Yeah, he's a very sweet boy. We love him." And Guggy says, "I was about to mute the music after the beginning part. Thankfully, I did not. Oof. That's you know what? Hey, listen, that is what it is. I enjoyed this. I've actually enjoyed a lot of the Cardi stuff we've been listening to, courtesy of No Santa. But this one was so much fun. It was something I feel like, I don't know. I feel like to some degree, I didn't think that it would be something that I would typically explicitly expect from them. You know, like I think that we've only really listened to like a lot of their title songs, and I know the next one I believe is the title track of this release. Because I saw on like the playlist here, it looks like it's a MV, but I think to me it's like they always have like a very intentionality behind their music, and I like that. You know, I think it's something that I've come to appreciate over the years. It's just like, you know, people write different types of music, and obviously, but it's always very interesting to see like, you know, how far people's influence are taken, or like how, you know, how much far reaching their songs are, even from like the perspective of like song to song on an album. And this one's very interesting. Definitely feels a little repetitious, but like in a good way. I like that it keeps a constant beat. Like some of the lyricism is very on point and very kind of rhythmic in that way. So I appreciate that a ton. Their vocalist is so unique. I love her vocal tone. I feel like I've said that a lot about the Cardi stuff, but just like so cool. So I love that they just get to expand and do different things, you know, interesting things like this. Like there's a lot of cool moments, especially in this song. I love the bridge. I think the bridge in the song was super rad too. But yeah, I like the beat. It's a little heavier, a little bit more aggressive, and I definitely feel like it stands out a ton. So, very, very nice. Let's see. Guggy says, "You know how I feel about repetition." That is true. That is true. It was no diss. I know how you feel. So, Omega says, "Do you think they have creative control over the music, or they just sing what is given to them?" And No Santa says, "If you can trust the behind the scenes. They wrote it all." I feel like that's true. You know, I think like maybe I would say more so. I don't know. I would say more so in K-pop. I feel like, you know, you've got a ton of writers, you've got a team. I feel like it's kind of difficult to say in that aspect, but if we're speaking about Cardi, I mean, I would like to think that they do. It seems very like them focused in a good way. So I would not be surprised if they did. So very cool, very cool. Thank you, No Santa. We're keeping it moving with this release here. The next one is Toki B Bowl. Hopefully I've did not butcher that. So I probably did, but let's check it out either way. Ooh. All right, very cool. This was Cardi's Toki B Bull. Hopefully, I've got that somewhat correct. Um, this one was fun. I enjoyed it. Like Gungi says, thankfully it was only really bad at the beginning. Okay, very interesting. Yeah, from the previous song. And then they said I like this one a lot more. Much different feeling from the first one. I would also agree. I feel like I would not have thought Jump Off, like, I wouldn't have thought these songs would have been on the same release, which is very cool. I love that. I feel like this one was very interesting in terms of like arrangement. I like that the verses have more of a like softer, somber tone to it. Not that it was like completely soft, but I feel like there's like a lot more melody in the like verses of the song, and she kind of has more of a like there's not a lot of rasp to her tone. Like I like that like she's able to kind of have more of a clean tonality to it. I think it keeps it very interesting. And as well as that, I feel like dynamically, it makes the choruses hit much more because then she really kind of ramps into like more of a power style vocal, and then on top of that having like her vocal rasp on top of that is just so sick in the choruses of the song. I think dynamically it just makes the chorus seem more aggressive, more distorted, and I like that. I think that just makes those choruses for me, so I appreciate that a ton. um I know that they one of the members plays like a traditional. I'd assume it's either, I believe it's probably Korean traditional like instrumentation. I love that he's basically doing like a harmony, essentially like a harmonic on like the actual instrumentation, which I think is really cool, and you can kind of hear it throughout the entirety of the song, which is insane to me. But it sounds so like dynamically interesting, and I think it kind of, at least for me, it makes me like think about like the vocals in a different way than that instrumentation, but like tonality wise are kind of on that same wavelength. So it's really interesting, very cool. Um Also the dynamic feel of the drumming in the song's fun. I like how it's kind of a little bit more chill, a little bit more laid back in the verses, and then has more of a drive in those bridges, I think, or bridge, as well as the choruses of the song, which is cool too. But I definitely enjoy this one a lot. It's very interesting. All of the two songs that we've listened to from this album have been vastly different, which is great. I love to see it. Variety is the spice of life, certainly. So, um, very very cool. I've enjoyed both so far. So this has been a fun musical journey so far. So, all right. Gagi says much different feeling from the first one. I also agree. So, all right, we're gonna move on to the next one from this one. This is Back. So let's check it out. What is this visualizer?
I can't stop. 아무래도 어떻겠어. Told you so. I can't stop. 지겨운 생각들로 잘살. 비우지 못한 제 아경을 늦자. 붙잡을 수 없이 가까운 바다 속에 남겨줄게. I wanna be fine. 겨우와 같은 그 맘들로 멀어져가. Back, coming back. 희미한 starlight 저 빛을 향해. 두 손을 뻗어. Let's go back to the start where love began. Go back to the start where you know me, I saw me, I still believe in me.
I have to pay attention to the song and not this visualizer.
Stop and tell me why. 몰라 내가 왜 이러는지. 발버둥 쳐봐도 반복되겠지 두려운 속에. I don't wanna miss this time. Back, coming back. 희미한 starlight 저 빛을 향해.
Uh, I've got so many questions. Oh my god. Um. All right, this was Cardi's bag. Oh my god. Let's see. Oh my god. Um. Kaylee says that what the inside of my brain looks like when I space off. Gungy says interesting visualizer. Gungy says I feel like somebody must have been bored, so they made this crazy visualizer. Hey, listen, I respect it. Jazz says finally have good internet, and I come back to this. What the fuck? Perfect timing. Yeah, I would agree. Kai says, LOL, that fish reminded me of Miss Norega in his national costume of the Miss Universe. It was so funny. She dressed up as a fish. Love that. Kaylee says Meatball likes it. And Kai says, okay, I like this one. And Kaylee said, or he's just thinking about how he can get a fish that big to eat. Listen, it would be an interesting concept for him, certainly. He is now laying down next to me, playing with my backpack for work, so love to see it. Anyway, I will say this visualizer feels like a fever dream, and I'm for it. I've never personally taken drugs, but I feel like this is about as close as I could get to it. So, wow. Song itself was really good. I loved like the kind of like palm muted, like interesting like guitar picked sound of this. I thought it was very fun. Dynamically, this is fun. I feel like they shifted the song in really nice, digestible way of the song. Like, I love a lot of the rhythm shifts. The drumming I feel like was impeccable on this song specifically. So I really, really loved that. The vocals were also really good. I feel like I've said this a lot about Cardi songs, but I feel like their vocalist, she is so interesting. And I think like in terms of variety of different vocal sounds, we hear it all. Like you get like really kind of like good shimmery bright tones from her, and then you have like her get into it like a little bit with like a little bit more grit in her tone. And I feel like there's a lot of variations of that. So I love hearing it. I think she does a really great job in the song, specifically the chorus. I feel like the chorus is definitely a big, momentous part of this song, so I love that. But yeah, overall, I thought this was really good. I like this one a lot. I think all the songs I've really have enjoyed at least some, if not majority, of the song. But I felt like this one definitely was one of those ones where I was like, I enjoyed it from front to back. It was an intense visualizer, so I feel like maybe there is some missed opportunities to really think about it more in depthly, but overall I thought it was very good. And honestly, I feel like if we didn't watch the visualizer, then I would have never had this moment here. So yeah, I'll take it for how it is. So Gunky says I was too distracted to focus on the song. That's fair. I feel that that's appropriate. So very nice. We're gonna get into the final one. I don't know, this visualizer is gonna be even more intense, but this is called, again, I'm gonna butcher it, Hoppipolla. Again, I don't even know if that's close, but I tried my best. So check it out.
No one can hear about it we got it, don't buy. habang nawatchan bali지 못한 작은 사각의 지남사 나는 깔 따랍게 둘러싸여 버린 that's the don't buy. just wanna be cool, but don't go live through. You can't deny the bruise, be blind to your blue. But I can see your light, it'll carry you through.
All right. That was Whip Palore. Very nice from Cardi. I thought this one was very interesting. Like, I feel like all of the songs have been dynamically interesting in varying ways. But I liked this one a lot. I think the ending was really sick with like that more traditional like Korean instrumentation at the end. I thought that was really sick. I feel like they always use it in a very interesting way. But this one, I like that they used it as almost like a solo piece. I thought that was really interesting. But yeah, I think this one overall was this one was definitely like probably a little bit more spacey. A lot more usage of reverb. I feel like her voice was definitely like less aggressive, which is fine. I think you get to hear like a different tonality from her, which is really interesting and very cool. But yeah, I thought the visualizer was also like not crazy, which is great. I could focus on the song a little bit more. But I felt like this one like was a little bit more subdued, and maybe potentially it could just be because it's the closer on the EP. But yeah, overall I liked it. Very sweet, very nice. I think in terms of favorites, I don't know. That's tough. I feel like they all had vastly different like tonalities for each song, so it's hard to say which one I thought was a favorite. But I feel like for me, the one where I felt that I had the most feelings on, I'd probably say would be Back, and that's not to say like the the visualizer didn't play a factor in that. I feel like it did a little bit, but I feel like the song itself was also very good and very interesting. I liked it. I also really enjoyed the title track of this release, Toki Bowl. I thought was also very good too. But I don't know, all of them I really enjoyed. I feel like they were all like, in my mind, I feel like they were all like 8s. They were all like, I enjoyed all of them. They're all very good. If like I had like a playlist to put these guys on, I would definitely put the entire EP on the playlist because I enjoyed it that much. But I think to me, it's like, since we've seen them perform live and stuff on the channel, it is very cool to see, like, it's cool to just listen to their music, because I feel like some part of my brain is like, oh, I need to see them perform because like we've seen a lot of live clips from them, and I know that they can throw it down live, which is fun. But I felt like overall, I enjoyed the entire EP. It was very fun. I'll be curious to check out more from Cardi, I'm sure, in the foreseeable future. But yeah, I really enjoyed this a lot. It was very, 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 very nice. So thank you, No Santa. I'm glad we were able to do it finally. So appreciate your input on it. So very nice. Very cool. Very cool. All right, let me get my Spotify pulled up again. So we are back in the saddle for that. All right, very cool. The next one was from Sarah, and they wanted me to check out The Passage, which I believe is the newest one from AHOF. So I'm very excited. All right, so I guess we'll check out the first one, Everything Is Love. So let's give it a listen. I think Pinocchio is the title. So let's check out Everything Is Love then.
잠시 길을 잃어버려도 희망은 늘 있어 꿈은 여전히 남아 Everything is love 너만 닿아도 괜찮아 우리 맘이 있잖아 빛이 작아져도 만들어낸 bright night sky 세상이 뭐라 해도 결국 하나가 되면 It's you and I and all night 빛나는 숫자 It's you and I and all night 하나의 숫자 Cause everything is love
아홉 개 꿈이 모인 청춘이란 이름 우리만의 트랙 꿈과 희망만이 make it out time 뛰어올라 함께 칠해보자 낙서 더 먼데는 순간 더 추억이고 통할 듯한 빛이 있다는 걸 알아
Feel the love 가장 빛나는 건 너야 Every chance that I get I'ma thank you 어둠 속에 갇혀도 너의 손은 오지 않을게 흔들릴 때마다 해가 길을 태워줄게 Everything is love 너만 닿아도 괜찮아 우리 맘이 있잖아 빛이 작아져도 만들어낸 bright night sky 세상이 뭐라 해도 결국 하나가 되어 Cause you and I and all night 빛나는 숫자 펼쳐진 길 위로 달려 따라와 함께 해줘 하루하루 계속 무너졌던 내 마음을 사랑으로 채워줘 붙잡아 서로의 손 두렵지 않아 더 이상 제자리에 모두 모여봐 세상의 별을 밝혀봐
Wow.
괜찮아 우리 맘이 있잖아 빛이 작아져도 만들어낸 bright night sky 세상이 뭐라 해도 결국 하나가 돼요 Cause you and I and all night 빛나는 숫자 Cause you and I and all night 하나의 숫자 Cause everything is love
All right, very nice. This is Ahoff and their song "The Passage," or is from "The Passage." The song is "Everything Is Love." Very nice, very nice. Connie says, "Oh, nice." Sarah said yes, and Kai says they like this album. Very nice. Gucky says excited. I also am excited as well. I thought this was great. Very I don't know. I guess like it's been happening for quite a bit now, I guess, in K-pop. But I feel like synth pop, like the synth tonalities in pop music, I feel like have been a little bit more prevalent now, which is not a bad thing. I definitely like, obviously to varying degrees. But I really enjoyed this a lot. I think it's got a very sweet tone. I feel like it mashes up well with Ahoff a ton. So I love that. There was a lot of good hooks. I would say more specifically in this chorus. I love like their, I don't know, I like their melody for like the chorus. I just feel like it's very infectious. It's very like clean sounding, and I feel like this song is definitely like one of those like, I don't know. It kind of gives like a little bit of a like a warm hug type feeling, which I appreciate. I don't know if that was kind of their intention for the song, but I think it just plays off a lot of those sweet tones a ton, and I love that. Not only I think from the musical standpoint, but I think as well as that like lyrics and singing wise, I would say really appreciate that a lot. I like that. Another thing that I noticed was that also all of these songs on this release are over 3 minutes, which is great because I think the bridge was really excellent in this song. I don't feel like it is overbearing in any way. Not to say that bridges are. I genuinely love bridges, but I felt like in this song it was a great sort of moment to kind of space out the rest of the song and then really get into that chorus at the end. I think the only thing I would have loved to hear, and I don't really know if they've, I imagine they'll probably do it maybe in further songs down the line, but I kind of wish there was like a little bit of a vocal like moment towards the end. I know that AHOF has some really strong vocalists, so I was kind of hoping for there to be like maybe like a little bit more of like an ensemble vocal part, or maybe like a harmony or something at the end to kind of like just nail it home just a little bit more. But overall I thought it was very nice. It's definitely like up my alley in terms of like songs that I would typically enjoy. So I feel like on that basis, definitely enjoyed this one a ton. So very, very cool. Great song. Great way to start off the EP. So the next one we've got on the EP is Run at 1.5 speed. That seems very specific for a song title name, but let's check it out. Do I have to play this song at 1.5 speed?
Let's go. 그 어디라 해도 가슴이 차게 running, I'm running. 늘 바라고 바란 곳까지. 설렘이 꽂힌 road. 벅찬 만큼 더 빨리, 더 멀리. 1.5배속으로 달려. 언제나 한 발자들이 타게 걷던
Already good. Wow.
하지만 어딘가 달라 보여 이제 난 머리 땀방울이 맺혀 흘러내린데도 멈출 줄을 몰랐을 뻔해 느껴본 적 없는 기분 so good 좀 더 speed it up 전혀 뭐 못할 생각은 없어 on my way 세상의 속도 그 위로 훌쩍 뛰어넘어 달려나가 한 발 두 발 세 발 네 발 더 빠르게 돌려 어느새 그 끝에
Wow. Oh my god, that was awesome. That was Ahoff's Run at 1.5 speed. Very cool, very cool. Um, I pretty much could take all of my commentary that I made about Everything Is Love and just like migrated over to Run at 1.5 speed, but like they took all of my advice and did what I feel like would have made this song great and put it into this one, which is fine. And that's no disrespect to Everything Is Love. I did also enjoy that song, but I feel like for Run at 1.5 speed, there is so many good like vocal ad libs and runs in this song that were like I was just like, holy shit, like didn't even need to be necessary, but just like was just incorporated into the song really well. Especially like that last part at the end of the chorus, I think is just like for them to add that chunk in, like didn't necessarily need to be there. The chorus still would have been great, but I think just adding like that really big, like bright note at the end of the song, at the end of the chorus, I think is just so great, and it makes it just adds like an exclamation point to the end of the sentence, you know? So I love that. I think it works out really well in this track. There's a lot of switch between like singing and rapping in the song that I really like, and I think it's like orchestrated in a really good way where like you're like, oh yeah, like it's continuing that like bouncy momentum of the song where like the vocals you're like, ooh, this vocal melody is really good, and you're just bobbing your head, and then like you get kind of like that ensemble like rap section and you're like, ooh, that's fun and I like that, and then it migrates over to something else, and I feel like it's just moving over to the next thing and just, you know, finding so much enjoyment out of that is so much fun. At the end, I don't know who was doing like a lot of the like vocal ad lib, like pop off vocal moments at the end of the song, but they were awesome. They did a great job. There's like that really, I would say a pretty extensively long note at the final chorus, and I don't know who was doing it, but that was awesome. So kudos to you, whoever it is in AHOF. They did a great job. So definitely Run at 1.5 speed is amongst my favorites so far. So definitely love it. Jazz says, nice. Definitely preferred this one. Gunky said so fun and liking this already. Hey, let's go. Let's go. All right. Well, we're going to move it into the title track, I believe. This is Pinocchio, which we have listened to. So check it out. Again. I do remember liking this one a ton, though, too. change this feel.
노래가 끝나가도 난 웃어야 해 사랑해 내 사랑아 숨겨왔던 마음을 다 말할게 결국 진심은 너니까 어쩌면 말이 거짓말을 싫어해 고개를 길어진 어렵기로 사실은 무서웠던 걸까
All right, very cool. That was Pinocchio from AHOF and their EP The Passage. Very nice, very nice. We did check this out. So if I wasn't as entertained as I normally am, it's because we did check this out on a catch-up stream. So if you want to watch my reaction to the MV, go check those out because I think Patreon is practically up to date. I posted all of the videos today, but this was really, really good. I will say, like, just to kind of beat my dead horse a little bit on the YouTube commentary, I feel like sometimes to me, like when I watch the MVs, I like miss out on some of like the beautiful overtones that like some of the songs have, and I don't know. I just like listening to them on the streaming platform, so I appreciate that. Just because I think to me, like, it's a little bit like, I feel like there's just a lot more texture when you're listening to it through nice headphones, through through a pretty good streaming service, whatever you listen to, however you listen to it. I don't know. I feel like YouTube's compression rate's always very weird for me. But either way, really enjoyed this song listening to it again. I still think it is one of my favorites from this EP, 100%. I just think it's really catchy, very bright tonality wise, but I feel like they're able to kind of push it in a different way, which I think is always really fun. And I've enjoyed listening to and getting familiar with AHOF since we've done them for Boys Planet initially. So it's been cool to see them with kind of each consecutive comeback. I really love the bridge. I feel like I said that in my commentary, but the bridge in this song is just so good. And I love how it breaks up the rest of the song in a really gorgeous way. I still really love the chorus a ton in this song, but I do feel like my opinion may have altered slightly because I do think that the bridge has like such a cool depth to it. And then the way that they transition out of it with that key change into the final chorus, I think is just exceptionally done. And I think it really pulls from a lot of their best points in their group. It's got great vocals. It's got some really great rap sections. I think the musicality of the song is very catchy, very entertaining. It seems like one of those songs that I haven't seen AHOF perform live, but it does give me that sort of like, I would love to see this performed live just because it's got so much energy. It's so much fun. I can just imagine the members of AHOF just like jumping around on the stage or like making their way into the crowd. And I think it really has, to me, a good amount of engagement there, and I imagine it just is a fun song for them to perform live. So, exceptional title track. We've been getting some really good title tracks this year, so I feel like it's gonna make it that much harder for me to pick some of my favorites this year. But damn, this one's a fucking good one too. So, let's see. Gunky says nice key change. And also said, yes, my email was spammed with the updates. Sorry. I have no idea how they send it out. So I'm just like on my computer doing my post. I'm like, oh man, I'm sure someone's going to get a ton of emails about the Patreon being updated, but it's great. Anyway, we're going to keep it moving. The next one is Never Lose You. So let's check it out.
잊혀지지 않는 모습 넌 하루에 지친 듯한 표정 알아도 어쩔 수 없던 약을 상처도 아픔도 모두 내가 다 안아줄 테니 날 상처 주기 싫어 밀어내도 난 어떡하지 너가 필요한 걸 난 지우려고 입을 굳게 닫고 난 지워지지 않으려고 했어 다시 너를 잊지 않게 너의 뒤를 지켜줄게 다시 네가 울지 않게 너의 주변에 계속 맴돌게 다시 너를 잊지 않게 너의 힘이 되어줄게 이젠 울지 않아도 돼 변치 않을게 우리 약속해 멍하니 멈췄어 생각이 잠겼어 울고 있는 네 모습에 그친 것만 같았어 Where should I go now 여전히 난 꼴에 널 찾기 바쁜데 You and I sometime laying down for a while 한도 안 멈춰서 멍하니 바라봐 마지막에는 널 지워내고 아픔이 전부 씻겨 내려가면 비워진 나의 눈물들이 아려 넌 우리보다 더 아름다웠어 다시 너를 잊지 않게 너의 뒤를 지켜줄게 다시 네가 울지 않게 너의 주변에 계속 맴돌게 다시 너를 잊지 않게 너의 힘이 되어줄게 이젠 울지 않아도 돼 변치 않을게 우리 약속해 사람들은 아직도 몰라 우리 걷고 있는 아픈 길 더 잘해볼걸 하면서 후회만 반복하는데 그래 완전지 않아도 지난 추억이 괴롭혀도 널 위해 해볼게 네 손 꼭 잡아줄게 다시 너를 잊지 않게 네 모든 걸 지켜줄게 다시 네가 웃게 될 때 너의 주변에 항상 있을게 다시 너를 잊지 않게 너의 빛이 되어줄게 더는 울지 않아도 돼 변치 않을 내 마음을 약속해
All right. That was AHOF's Never Lose You from their EP, The Passage. Very nice. Let's see. Connie says this one is my favorite B-side from this album. Very nice. Very nice. Great choice. I also really enjoyed this one a ton. It's kind of got like a little bit of a like R&B, like chill type vibe to it, and I'm about that. Their vocals are super smooth in this song. Like, not to say that they weren't in any of the other songs that we've talked about, but I felt like this one they definitely did the homework and definitely pulled from more of an R&B sort of vocal side of things, which I appreciate. I also really enjoyed like a lot of the ensemble vocals in the song. There was a few moments in this song where I was like, damn, like they had some really good like vocal layering going on, and I love that. The chorus has got a really good hook on it. I think it's definitely probably the most memorable part to me in this song. And I love how they kind of had that little bit of staggered vocals. I think that's so nice. And they are very complementary to each other, so it's super nice to hear those moments. As well as that, I also really enjoyed like the instrumentation, very subtle, very smooth, but I think it really gets the job done in terms of what stylization they were doing for this song. So I really do appreciate that. But yeah, I think to me like this one's definitely a great song, and I understand why this could be a potential favorite for people. And I probably put it pretty damn close. I'd be curious to see what the Sleeping Diary hits for me. But I think for right now, I'm definitely like the Pinocchio run at 1.5 speed right now. But I'd be curious to check out the final one. So to make my deliberation easy for this one. But the final one off this EP is the Sleeping Diary. So let's give it a listen.
지워진 듯 흐릿한 글씨 끝에 어린 날 서툴게 적었던 감정의 기억들 잊고 있던 목소리 흔들리는 마음이 내게 번져와 아직 늦지 않았다면서 어제보다 나을 거라며 내일을 향해서 넘어진 나를 일으켜 사라졌던 내 마음 속에서 길을 잃어갔지만 다시 새롭게 마지막 남은 내 시간 내 곁을 떠나지 못한 어렸던 나의 기억처럼 시작해 너와 잊었던 마음과 함께 우리 이야기를 계속해 잠들었던 일기 속에서 소중한 약속 다시 만날 거라 믿을게 잠들었던 일기 속에서 되게 적은 우리 이야기를 계속해 작은 떨림 속 한 걸음 걸어가 눈부신 오늘같이 내일을 써내려가 너와 하나 둘씩 채워지고 있어 아직 늦지 않았다면서 어제보다 나을 거라며 내일을 향해서 넘어진 나를 일으켜 사라졌던 내 마음 속에서 길을 잃어갔지만 다시 새롭게 마지막 남은 내 시간 내 곁을 떠나지 못한 어렸던 나의 기억처럼 시작해 너와 잊었던 마음과 함께 우리 이야기를 계속해 서로 느낄 수 있어 흩어지게 될 때도 잠들었던 내 맘도 언제든 꺼낼 수 있게 하나둘씩 잠긴 일기 속에 펼쳐진 나의 마지막이 아닌 이상 마지막 남은 내 시간 내 곁을 떠나지 못한 어렸던 나의 기억처럼
Like that overdub vocal. Nice.
다시 만날 거라 믿을게 다시 만날 거라 믿을게
Very nice, very nice. That is the Sleeping Diary from AHOF and their EP, The Passage. Very nice, very nice. Let's see what we got comment wise. Jazz says meatball. This is the most I think he's been in stream, to be honest. It's just because my girlfriend is not home and he is looking for attention, so as he should. But Cardi says Q. Sarah says meatball needs AHOF and a hug. That's true. He does. He is now. He's currently roaming the apartment. But Diz says their music is very nice. I need them to let Wonky Queen out properly. To be honest, fair enough. And Gunky says he's enjoying the stream. He is. Honestly, I wish there was a way for him to just hang out, but he doesn't really hang out, to be honest. I have to pick him up usually. So, but anyway, very gorgeous song. I think I've loved the production throughout the entirety of this EP. It's been really, really, really good. But this one was nice. I think to me, like, this one lies in the subtleties. The vocals on this were also really incredible, but there was like a lot of moments where they were like stacking the vocals, and like I know that they have done it throughout this EP, but this one I felt like was like a little bit more minimal, but minimal in a good way. I think they were really able to capitalize on um a lot of the bigger moments of the song, which I like, especially in the choruses. I feel they did a really great job of that. Um, but I like this very sweet tones. I feel like throughout the entirety of this EP, I was just kind of like, wow, they've got not only great vocals, but I think like the way that they work together is so sweet to me, and I love that. So really appreciate this one. As well as that instrumentation was also really good. I think actually again throughout the entire EP, I was like, damn, another song where I really like the instrumentation. I feel like that's always a good sign of enjoyment. Um, but yeah, I think to me, I genuinely have enjoyed all of it. I was like, damn, this is I thought this was a really, really great record. It looks like it's their second mini album. So it's cool to see them kind of grow and become better, like I feel like with each release that they've had, they've gotten better and better. So, I feel like the trajectory for them is great. And I'm always excited to see what they're doing. I feel like I have a special place in my heart for a lot of the Boys Planet groups that we've covered over the past summer. So whenever they come back, I always like try to do my best to cover them because they're great. I think it's very fun and they definitely deserve the love. So very, very cool. I think my favorites still remain the same. I would say Pinocchio and Run at 1.5 speed were probably my favorites. But I would say honorable mention definitely changed a little bit. I would say the Sleeping Diary was actually probably my runner up. Um, I really enjoyed that one a lot. I think this one, I think in terms of melody and like song structure, definitely resonated with me a little bit more. But honestly, the entire EP was great. I liked it throughout, so I genuinely didn't like. I feel like I could have put any of the other songs as an honorable mention. That's how good, and I would say close the EP was. So great stuff. I enjoyed it. This was a phenomenal pick. So thank you, Sarah, for letting us check that out. Very sick. I saw a couple comments. Uh, Sarah says, we got a whole bunch of queens in that group. Let Wonky, Shuabo, and JL queen it out. This says true, but like Wonky is the king of queens, not the show, to be fair. Sarah says, oh, 100%. I've never seen anyone else like him. I'd killed for him, and Diz said same. Fair enough. I respect that. Kardi says 9.5 album out of 10 for me. Wow. Okay, that's high up there. Very, very cool. Very cool. I'll have to get chat. I feel like I'm not trying to go off topic a little bit, but I feel like I got to do at least 1 year and maybe potentially this year. I'll have to get a consensus from chat on what your favorite albums are this year. I know we do post it in Discord, but I'd be curious if people would be interested in doing more of a discussion on their favorites for this year. So I'll have to see. We'll have to see. We're getting close. I feel, we are on the heels of the albums of the year. So, Sarah says, oh, Brandon guesses our songs of the year. Oh, God. That would actually be fun. I'd be about that. We could do that. We could do that. That would be kind of sick. I'd be for that. That would be fun. I love, I feel like I'm always going to get like slightly bullied on that, and that's okay. I'll be down. Connie says, ooh, I can't choose. Kaylee says, cause that won't be hard to figure out mine. Gunky already said my song of the year. That's true. But we'll figure out something. I feel like chat's got the eclectic taste, it'd be fun. It'd be really fun if you guys did song of the year that wasn't K-pop. I feel like that would be more difficult for me. Since I'd assume that most people have not talked about their loves of artists outside of the K-pop genre. So I feel like that one would be more interesting. But Noah says we're allowed to have easy guessing streams. LOL, it doesn't need to be a pain. I think it's fun. I don't care. Honestly, to me, it's fun. I appreciate it. It's a good vibe, And then I just get to see how varied you guys are on a musical scale. So I think to me it's good. It's a good feeling. So No hate, all love. But Gunky says you might already know mine outside of K-pop, but maybe not. It's down to 2 songs for that. Hey, let's go. All right. Well, I know Gunky has been imploring me to check out the Trident release, which I feel like we probably can do it. So, since it's at the end, and I probably will be signing off after this point, but I know they have been asking me to do this, so we'll do it. I know you only mentioned it once today, but I meant just in general to check it out. So we'll do it now. Jazz says non-K-pop one would be interesting though. I would also find that interesting. So we'll see. We'll see what the consensus is, and we'll figure it out. But and Gunky says left me some Trident. I do as well. So very nice. We'll do the first one. I have no idea what this is in Japanese, so don't at me, and I probably won't know what 4 or 5 is, but I'm just gonna say track 1 from Trident. Let's check this out from their EP Blue Dawn that just came out this month. So let's give it a listen. Ooh. Cool riff. Just Monday, yeah, no Santa. Wednesday, I'll be gone for the holiday.
きしめた夢傷だらけの手離さずにここまで来たから大丈夫頑張ったよこの先どんな光が差しても奇跡じゃなくて必然だったと言えるように今を生きないで彼方まで届く日まで僕はずっとここで歌うよ黎明の空
All right, very cool. This was the main track that we listened to a few weeks ago from Trident. Very nice. Just to clarify, no, Santa, I think I answered it, but Monday is the only day we'll be streaming next week because of the holiday. So we'll be back to their regular scheduled program the following week. So very nice. All right, I have a nice night. I'm off to a formal event tonight. I'm going to try to sneak a whole kid stage past my spell. Good luck. Anyway, I really like this song. I know we listened to it a few months ago. Hey, what are you doing? Don't go out my window, you weirdo. Anyway, I really like this song a lot. I think when we listened to it, I had a lot more commentary about it, but listening to it again, it's great. I'm excited to delve more into this EP. I'm sure I'll listen to it more off screen, but I really enjoyed it. I think like the instrumentation is incredible. I've always appreciated their kind of discography as a whole. I feel like they're always very consistent with their songwriting, but I felt like this one's super strong. Like song being almost 5 minutes long, I feel like the attention spans have shrunk in a ton for people. But I feel like this song has a lot of great momentum to it. I feel like the arrangement of it's great. Like there's a lot of cool like rhythmic techniques mixed in with the song. The drumming's really dynamic and fun. There's a lot of cool like either like double pedal work, like some of the like phrasings of the rhythm are really fun as well. So I think it does keep it very interesting and very lively with, you know, still making it seem very Trident focused. So I love that. The guitar work is incredible as per usual. I loved a lot of like the tremolo picking in this. I don't feel like I noticed it maybe as much when I first listened to it, but I feel like it's a lot more apparent in this song than I originally was led on to believe. So I appreciate that a lot. And there's like, again, their bass player is incredibly tight, but I feel like this bass playing in this song specifically straddled that line between trying to match up with like the drumming because it's the rhythm section, but also with like the guitar work. There's a lot of cool moments where like the main line was kind of broken off and they did like a lot of cool like riffing to add to not only the guitar work but also the drumming. So it's very complimentary. And I think as a three piece, they always do, like I said, always do a really great job of complementing each other. So still think this is an incredible song. I'll probably still think this is an incredible song in a few weeks, but what a start to the EP. Love to see it. So Gunky says 2 of their songs on this EP were released together as a single. That's why they have more Spotify streams than the main track. That's fair. All right. Very cool. The next one is New Era, which I don't believe that I've heard these two. I think Gunky said that I have heard the last one. So all right, let's check out New Era then. Wow. Wow. Sick solo. This pre-chorus build so interesting. Wow. Key change? Sounds like a key change. Oh, that da, 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 that's cool. That's cool. I like that. That very like slidey, borderline a little Metallica sort of riff. Interesting. All right, very nice. That was New Era by Trident from their EP Blue Dawn. Very nice. Kongi says this sounds more of the traditional Trident sound. I would agree. I liked this a lot. This was great. Very like, I liked a lot of the cool like hi-hat, snare drum, kind of like danceable sort of like drum riff. I appreciate that. I feel like a lot of Japanese artists use it, but it's just so good. Every time I'm just like, damn, I love that section. I'll probably enjoy it a ton more, but this was very dynamically fun. Again, I know I had mentioned how much I love their drummer in Trident, but I feel like in this song specifically, so good. And I think, honestly, she is driving a lot of the change in the song, which is cool. And I think it's a lot more focused around that, so I appreciate that a ton. I love that kind of like, again, that drum roll sort of section that led into the first chorus, and then I like how they changed it up in the second verse. I thought that was really cool, like second pre-chorus, I guess, per se. And they kind of rolled it into a bridge, which I thought was very interesting. But I thought it worked out really well. And then you had like this really cool guitar solo. I love the guitar effect they're using. I'm pretty sure they're using a pitch shifter in some way where like the guitar kind of has like that really kind of like screamy sort of whiny tone. But I love that. I think it's super sick, and it fits well with like their more metal aesthetic musically. So I appreciate that a ton. But yeah, I think the drumming on this song was just phenomenal. I think that's truly what carried the song for me. I feel like each member kind of has their different moments throughout, but generally I just kind of was like really listening into a lot of the drumming sections, and I just was like, damn, so good. So, New Era is great. Excited to see what we've got next. So, Jazz says, love this one. Let's go. Guggy says, the next song, Mir Crave, hopefully I've got that correct, is the ending of the anime Potion Waga Mi wo Tarat Tatsukira Kiru, excuse me. Anyway, if I butcher that and you're Japanese, please don't kill me, but I tried. So let's give it a listen.
今歩き出そう見えない見えない暗闇が襲ったってそれでも一歩踏み出して
Those synths? Nice.
知らない街に一人不安でうつむく僕に居場所をくれた人寄り添ってくれた人今解き放とう心の音弱虫な僕だっていつかは君を助けられ
Tone's sick.
誰かを救うその手に僕は憧れてたこんな僕でも役に立てるならミラクルポーション Say say 曇った気持ちなんて知らないで今日も空はこんなに晴れ渡っているんだだからきっと大丈夫誰かを救うこの手に僕は導かれてどんなピンチも乗り越えられた臆病な過去に Say sayどれだけ歩いても
Wow.
追い越せない影どこにもないゴールラインそれでも信じて今走り出す見えない見えないでも諦めない未来怖くはないよ一人じゃないから誰かを救うこの手つないで僕を呼ぶ声
Keychain, nice.
君の笑顔に救われてたどんな明日も僕らならいける光がないなら光になろうミラクルポーション Say say
All right, this was Mir Crave from Trident. Very nice, very nice. Wow, this was a cool song. I haven't heard this one either. But man, the synths in this really did make it. I loved a lot of their synth choices for this song. It does sound like the production is different too, so I don't know if maybe it was recorded with like a different production studio because I feel like between New Era and this one, they were both. I feel like the production was like a little bit different, but I don't know. This one felt a little bit more dynamic, which is weird. I'll have to take a look into that, but I really like this song. Again, since we're probably probably like the new kid on the block, you know, like anytime something interesting is added to songs, I'm always like, yeah, this is really sick. I like this. But I feel like it was very complimentary to their already existing sound and what they do. So I appreciate kind of like the extra tonality that the synths bring to this. It really works. I think it is not only, I think, complementary to like the instrumentation of the songs, but also vocally as well, because I think it opens up a different kind of like melodic passage to the song. So I appreciate that. I love the key change as well. I thought that was good. 2 songs back to back with key change are also really sick. So I appreciate that a lot. Um, I also liked a lot of like the rhythm changes. Again, I know I've been referencing their drummer a ton, but like I do feel like she has like an interesting way of like tugging and pulling with songs. So I love that. I think it's really good. Um, as well as that, I think the bass playing on this was exceptional. As well, I liked a lot of the like hand like popping and slapping a little bit in some spots. I feel like a lot of Japanese artists do it, especially in the sort of metal genre, but it's just so much fun. I just think it adds like another little dynamic piece, and obviously it shows off their skills as instrumentalists. So I love hearing that, and I think it's always tastefully done. It's not like over the top. It's not like they add it to every part of the song. I just feel like in certain moments, it's just like, wow, cool. It like piques your interest in your ears. So I love that. I think that that's really sick. But this was also a really phenomenal song. I genuinely like. I've been enjoying a lot of the Trident songs. So I'm not really surprised that they've all been great. So not surprised at all. Gagi says, love it, of course. I was almost wonder if New Era was written before they signed to a record label. That could be the case. And then the next song is my second favorite song off the EP. I love the retro feel or old school feel. Fair enough. It could be. I don't know. I feel like it sounds like, I don't know. Maybe it's just my ears, but I felt like it kind of these two sounded vastly different. So it could have potentially been something that was never remixed or remastered, but very interesting. Anyway, we're going to move on to track 4, which is next. So let's check it out.
僕は魔法の薬で女の子を吸い寄せる
Huh. Okay.
100発100中必ずものにしただけどダメだよダメあの子にだけダメなのさ
Okay.
ガールハントの神様と呼ばれていた僕はどこにいたの Oh baby Oh sugar baby love 一目会った途端に恋してしまった初めて切ない切ない気持ち生まれて初めて魔法の薬が効かないミラクルパワーの恋のマジックポーションベイビーどうしたらいいの
What a guitar bend. Holy shit.
見えない糸が僕を縛り付けるのさ今夜もあの子は誰かと遊びに出かけるのさロックンロールの神様と呼ばれてた僕はどこにいたの Oh baby Oh sugar baby love 一目会った途端に恋してしまったあの子に
Ooh, okay. Well, fast spur riffs. All right.
生まれて初めて魔法の薬が効かないミラクルパワーの恋のマジックポーションベイビー恋のカプセルナンバーワンツースリーフォーファイ最後の最後の最後の切り札ナンバーナインこれで魔法の薬はもう二度と使えないこの世界が滅びてしまうからベイビーどうしたらいいの Oh
The dissonant and to the major. That's cool. Awesome. All right, that was track 4 from Trident and their EP Blue Dawn. Very nice. Gaki said it sounds like something you might hear in a 90s anime. I can resonate. I can resonate for sure. I kind of gives a little bit of a retro feel. I feel like my thoughts on this, I like it. It's not my favorite from this EP, but I can understand why it could be some people's favorites. I feel like for me, it's like it kind of mixes nostalgia with like 90s metal in some fashions. Like some of the riffs kind of gave me a little bit of like old school Metallica or like a Pantera or something like that, but like slowed down a little bit, weirdly enough. And I know that they are like massive influence to metal music, which is, no surprise there. But I also feel like production wise, and this is going to be maybe a little bit more niche, but it kind of reminds me of like the production of like My Chemical Romance's Thanks for the Venom. Like it's kind of got like a garage feel to it, and that like it feels more modernized, right? Like in terms of like the actual like sound of the song, but like for whatever reason it also kind of reminds me a lot of like, again, like the early 2000s like emo kind of like sound in some ways, weirdly enough, like production wise. So I don't know. I feel like the song itself was very nice, very cool. But also something I don't feel like I would expect them to do, which is I think maybe probably why it's a little bit out there, I guess, in some fashions. But Guggy says the next song is a remake of a really famous song. You will know this remake of the Japanese version, which became really famous in Japan because of a Studio Ghibli movie. Hey, let's go. I love it. All right. Well, we'll get into it. This is the final song. Let's check it out.
Country love この道ずっと行けばあの街に続いてる気がする Country love
God damn it.
恐れずに生きようと夢見てた寂しさ押し込めて強い自分を守ってゆこう Country love この道ずっと行けばあの街に続いてる気がする歩き疲れ佇むと浮かんでくるふるさとの街丘を巻く坂の道そんな僕を叱っている Country love この道
Not the punk beat on the chorus.
Country love
Oh my god. All right, this is Trident. And for those who don't know, that's oh my god, the country roads take me home, West Virginia. Oh god, I knew it was from West. As soon as I heard the beginning, I was like, fuck, I already knew whose song it was. But Jerry says, oh my god, yeah, that was my exact thought. Punk choruses do make it. I do like a punk chorus. I'm not gonna lie. I'm here for it. Uh, Sarah says the whole album is so good, and Connie says great album. I would agree. I did really enjoy the album. I know I was being a little bit of an asshole at the at the end here, but um I thought it was good. I definitely, yeah, pulling out a John Denver classic, if you have seen Whisper of the Heart, they had played that song many times, probably many more times than they should have played that song, but that's my personal opinion. Um, but if you didn't know that song by the end of that movie, then you'll never know that song. But if you watch the movie, then you would know that you know that song, and that will be forever ingrained in your head forever. So, um, I thought this was good. I like the cover. Like I said, I don't know if it's necessarily a cover, but I guess that their rendition of it. Um, it's good. Like I said, I'm not gonna argue with the punk beat. A punk beat in a chorus is always good. Like that. I feel like they brought the energy up from the song, which I appreciate a ton because I feel like the song is slow for some reason, because it is more of a country type song. So it makes sense. But I think they did a great job. Like I said, being familiar with the song already, I think they did a justice in the way that they could only do it in a Trident way. I also like that they paid a little bit of homage to the song at the end, where they kind of again kept the beat of the song in more of its original form towards the end. I thought that was a nice homage. So that was cool. But yeah, I like the cover. Like I said, I no offense to people who like the original from John Denver or this cover version. All the power to you. I do feel like it is better than the original, certainly. But not by much. I didn't really like the original, to be fair, and I just feel like this only makes it that much better because it's faster, more in your face, and I feel like that earns it some brownie points certainly as well. So, Guggy says I won't disagree. The original is very slow, and I like this better actually. Yep, that's a fair assessment to make. So, I would not disagree with you on that. So, very nice, very nice. All right, chat. Well, thank you for joining the album stream. Thank you to people who recommended stuff. I am going to do my damnedest to get through everybody's album thing, so I think this kind of cut out a little bit more of those, which is always fun. Monday, a few things. One, if you are on Patreon, everything's up to date. If you're watching these on YouTube, these will be staggered out probably for the next couple months. So if you've missed out on any content, you can watch those there. Typically, it's better to watch them on Patreon because I can't guarantee that songs don't get cut out of the thing. Most times, it's not my position that they get cut out. So if you want to watch the full unadulterated commentary, please check out Patreon. That would be great. As well as that, if you're joining us and you're here now, Monday, we will be doing Chaos, which we have not done in a hot minute. So come through if you would like. Recommend me anything, literally anything. I've covered pretty much anything on Chaos stream. So if you would like me to listen to it, come Monday. Would love to see you. And then we will be off Wednesday for Thanksgiving. So hopefully you enjoy it with all of your friends and family. But that should be it. I think that's all my things that I have to say, I think, for the most part. So, and also if you're new, join Discord. That's where we hang out and see everybody. So come through. Would love to see you there. But thanks again, and see you on Monday. Peace.